Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are beginning a new trial. And let me just check my audio, make sure everything is cool there. Welcome in everybody. Hey Kimbers, how are you? Hello and welcome to Trial. All right, looking good. Amanda, good to see you. Kimbers and Cindy, JRN and Lazy Boys, good to see you guys. Aussie Gardner, Joanne Jedi Platypus, thank you guys for joining us. Mary and Tammy and Mary Fitz, Joyce, good to see you. Mallory, Barry, woke up with the roaring winds. Green-eyed cat, Shirley Roth, good morning to you. Bama Green Eyes, Adrielle, good to see you. Deviant, thank you for joining us. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, Mallory, Virtuous, good to see you. Colleen, thank you for joining us. Amanda, looks like you were first in our chat today. Little Lulu, thank you for joining us. Alice, great to see you. Allison, good afternoon from Scotland. Thank you for joining us there. Hope all is well there. Alice, good to see you. JRN, eyelids open with duct tape. Nice. All right. So let's get to the new trial that we're covering. So we were watching Chandler Halderson. We were in between trials, right? So we had just finished Daisy Link on Thursday, I think. Yeah, Thursday. So then Friday we picked up on Chandler Halderson, which is in itself a crazy trial. That was from 2022. We watched that on Sunday as well. So we're just putting him on the shelf for now. And we're going to pick up on a new trial out of New Hampshire. All right, so let's get to our graphics here. So New Hampshire versus Dustin Duren. So there are 3 victims. However, only the mother, Caitlyn, is actually no longer with us. The little daughters, little girls, they survived. So this happened February 29th of 2024. And the charges we're kind of up in the air. We've seen first degree, we've seen second degree, we've seen first degree again, we've seen second degree. They're kind of going back and forth. So we ended up landing on first degree. So I want to wait to see what the judge actually says during the charges. Then there's also reckless conduct with a deadly weapon, which happens to be a firearm. And then the child endangerment, which means after he took out Caitlyn, who is the mother, their girlfriend, boyfriend, they're not married, so that's the mother of the 2 little girls. He then took the 2 little girls and fled. So that's where the child endangerment comes in. So on February 29th of 2024, Dustin Duren allegedly took out his girlfriend, Caitlyn Naffziger, inside their apartment near Berlin, New Hampshire. The following day, which would have been March 1st, authorities issued an Amber Alert for the couple's 2 young daughters, ages 4 and 1 at the time. They were missing, so they went missing in the aftermath. So later that same day, Duren was arrested in Keene, New Hampshire, roughly 170 miles from Berlin, after police tracked his cell phone data and license plate reader alerts and spotted his vehicle in an Applebee's parking lot. Both of the children were found safe and in his care at the time of his arrest. He is a U.S. Marine veteran. I'm not sure when and for how long, so we'll have to find out more as this trial develops. So I want to find out when he served, where he served, how long he served. But he is a U.S. Marine veteran. He has been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and that is a factor that his defense team is going to use as part of their case. Now, he is still in jail. He is not bonded out. So he was arrested last year, and now he's been in jail the whole time. So he's 38. Caitlyn is 31. And as you see, the 2 girls were 4 and 1. Now they're 5 and 2. So honorably discharged in 2011. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. Yeah, the more we find out about this, the more you guys let me know. So honorably discharged. Do we know how long he was in for? That's good. That's good. Yeah, the more you guys let me know, the more I'll keep my notes. So thank you, Snowcat. All right. Richard in the kitchen. Trixie, good to see you. Richard, I hope you had a great holiday, or listen to me, a great birthday weekend. It was Richard's birthday yesterday, you guys. G. Stewie and Edward, thank you for joining us. And Amy, Fur Baby's mom, good to see you. Disregard the email? Okay, will do. Red Snap, thank you for joining us. And Joyce and Amy, all right. Good to see you guys all. Thank you for joining us for this. This is going to be a very interesting trial. Yes, he has several YouTube channels, and that's where the music that we played this morning was inspired from, because he's a musician. He plays guitar, piano, bass, and he's a composer. He's also a gamer. So he's we watched a lot of his videos yesterday, and he's an interesting guy. You know, if he wasn't charged with all of this, I would be like, I mean, he's still, how do I say this? He seems like a really cool guy. Like, watching his videos, I'm like, I would hang out with this guy. He seems like a really, really cool guy. And there's videos of him dancing with his daughter, and he's playing like heavy metal, and he's rocking out, and his daughter's dancing around. There's other videos of him, you know, playing. He's a gamer, right? So he's playing his games, and he's, like I said, he plays piano, he plays jazz, he plays heavy metal, he plays, just kind of cool ambient. He's kind of all over the map as far as styles is concerned. But again, I'm sorry that he's in this situation, because on the surface, well, not on the surface, but from judging from his videos, he seems, like I said, he seems like a pretty cool guy. So, that being said, let's get to some news videos, and let's set the stage before trial begins. Because we always like to do that. We like to show some news clips, kind of get a feel for where we are, and okay, hold on a sec. All right. And before we do that, let me get to our Halloween video, because we are beginning our Halloween video today. We're beginning our game of Halloween that will culminate on Halloween night. We're going to be streaming at 8 o'clock on Halloween night, and today we're going to be dropping clues. So if you guys are interested in playing, be prepared. There will be clues dropped over the next 10 days. So I'm going to play this first, and then we'll get into the Dustin Duren story.
They say justice is blind, but here in Springfield, justice just met her match. Judge Beverly Cannoni was found dead in her chambers in the early morning hours on October 1st. The courthouse was locked. No signs of forced entry. 6 people were inside that night, each with a motive. But did they have the opportunity and means? Let's meet our characters. Kevin Smith, played by Psychosaurus Rex, the sharp-tongued defense attorney for one Dexter Morgan. He swears he was prepping motions, but the judge had just denied his last one with a public scolding that still echoes through these halls. Lori Daybell is played by Widespread Panic. She was here for a divorce hearing, the kind that involves celestial witnesses and inconvenient corpses. Donna Adelson, portrayed by Ossie Gardner, is elegant, calculated, and allegedly here for a real estate dispute. Judge Cannoni had recently frozen one of her trust accounts. Let's just say it wasn't the beach house. Sarah Boone, played by Green-Eyed Cat, back for a pretrial conference. Her relationship with confinement is complicated. Courthouse Public Information Officer Vincent Finari, portrayed by Joe Schmo. He's the man who knows everything that's about to go public, and a lot that isn't. Detective Mitzi Roberts, played by the Trial Channel, has seen it all. Crime scenes, courtroom chaos, and text messages no one should ever have to read. But when Judge Beverly Cannoli ends up dead, this time the detective's the one under the microscope. Detective Sam, played by Florida PI Sam. She was first on the crime scene, and what she saw still haunts her. Notorious Jules as the lead prosecutor. Will she ask the right questions to uncover the killer, or will the killer get to her first? Over the next 2 weeks, you'll hear from every one of them in streams, in sidebars, and whispers that sound too true to be rehearsed. Each one claims innocence. Will you be able to uncover the truth? On Halloween night, we'll bring them all to the stand in a mock trial to uncover the truth. The jury, you, will have a chance to ask questions of our suspects and ultimately uncover who killed Judge Bev Cannoni. Welcome to the Courthouse of Horror, the case of the Black Mask. Court is now in session.
So, to recap, we're going to have a holiday. Oh, thank you for babies. Thank you for starting our Monday off with 10 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Awesome. Oh, Pilo's mom, Gina. Awesome. Michonne, Kat, Melanie, Soshana, Angelo, Buzzcat, Allie B from Tennessee, and Gail. Come on down. Awesome. Thank you so much for babies. That's really sweet. All right, so to recap that, on Halloween night, we're going to have a stream starting at 8 o'clock. But Judge Bev Cannoni was found deleted, and we have suspects. So they're all going to be on the stand, and they're going to be dropping clues in chat, live chat for the next 10 days, this week and next week, culminating on Halloween. So if you are paying attention, you'll see a clue dropped, and then you will have a chance to ask questions of the suspects when they take the stand. So Jules will be the prosecutor. She's going to be asking questions, and then you guys can ask questions as well. And then ultimately, you need to find out who was the killer. So that's kind of a recap of that. All right, let me get to news clips. And let's get this party started, right? Let's see here. Just give me a moment. Get myself set up here. All right, so this first one is the Amber Alert. Let's see here. So this takes us back to when this first happened. Just give me a moment here. Okay.
Is for two missing little girls who were last seen in Berlin, although the car was spotted in Concord. The search is on for 4-year-old Caitlyn Duren and her 1-year-old sister, Valen. Caitlyn is described as 3 feet tall, 30 pounds, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Her sister, Valen Duren, is 13 months old, with 20 pounds, also with blonde hair and blue eyes. The two were last seen in the company of their biological father, Dustin Mark Duren. He is 37 years old, 5'10", 180 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. He is said to be driving a 4-door white 2017 Subaru Impreza with New Hampshire veteran plate. The registration number on that is V69023. Now, the children were last seen in Berlin around 8 o'clock last night. However, the car was reportedly seen in Concord last night around 10. Now, if you spot the car or Duren, you're asked to call 911 and do not approach Duren, as he may be armed and dangerous. If you have any non-emergency information, you're asked to please call the Berlin Police Department. That number is 603-752-3131. Ray Brewer, WMUR News 9.
All right, Philly's Will. Wait, where was that? Hey, CCG TV, Happy New Week. I just saw your question about when's this going to start. at 9 o'clock. We're expecting it to start at 9. Top of the hour. Psychosaurus Rex, good to see you. Thank you for joining us, and early for you. Well, early is relative, right? It's all relative.
Good morning. We are on the air right now with more breaking news this morning. The 2 missing girls have been found safe in Keene. An Amber Alert was issued early this morning for 4-year-old Caitlyn Duren and 1-year-old Caitlyn Duren. They were last seen in Berlin around 8 o'clock last night with their father, Dustin. Investigators now confirm that the girls and their father have been found. The girls are safe, and Dustin Duren is in custody right now. There is still an active investigation in Berlin where the girl's mother was found dead last night. Caitlyn Naffziger was found inside an apartment on Main Street. An autopsy for Naffziger is scheduled this afternoon. Again, those 2 girls named in an Amber Alert this morning have been found safe. Their father is now in custody. A lot of people woke up this morning. It was just after 4 o'clock to that Amber Alert on their cell phones. Again, those 2 girls are now safe. Their father is in custody. A lot of relief this morning for those little girls. Thank you for following this story with us. You can follow all the developments in this story on our digital.
Okay, so that is the girls were found okay. Everything was they were missing just for that day or two. So it's not, and they were found in an Applebee's. So let's get to the next news clip.
We are announcing the arrest of Dustin Duren, age 37, for second-degree murder.
The people of Berlin breathing a small sigh of relief, knowing the 2 young girls named in that Amber Alert have been found safe. But a sense of anxiety still hovering over the town as police investigate the death of their mother, 31-year-old Caitlyn Naffziger.
It's scary. It's not far away. We only live a couple streets up.
You don't see much crime or anything bad up around this way.
Police were called to the home around 10:30 Thursday night, finding Naffziger's body. Investigators seen taking photos and collecting evidence. The investigation triggering the statewide Amber Alert Friday morning for Naffziger's 2 children and their father, Dustin Duren. Hours later, he was found in Keene and is now under arrest and charged with Naffziger's murder. Those who live nearby tell News 9 the family was relatively new to the neighborhood. Others in the area say they feared the worst for the 1- and 4-year-old girls.
That's the best thing, and we were just wondering, today's world, it's crazy.
This investigation still very much active and ongoing here in Berlin. The State Police Major Crime Unit continues to be here, moving in and out of that home. Meanwhile, Duren is set to be arraigned on Monday. Live in Berlin, Ross Ketchke, WMUR News 9.
The girls at the center of this Amber Alert before dawn this morning were found 160 miles away from where their mother was killed. WMUR's Kelly O'Brien continues our coverage now in Keene.
Well, we just heard from the Attorney General's office about 30 minutes ago. They say there's not a whole lot of information they can release right now to keep the integrity of the investigation. So they can't comment if mental health was a factor, if any connection is to Keene, why they were here, or what Duren's plans were. But they made it quite clear they could not have done this without the tips coming in from Granite Staters after that Amber Alert was set out.
Amber Alert.
With his hands up, Dustin Duren is exiting his vehicle, walking into police custody. Police arriving to the plaza parking lot off of Key Road just before 10 a.m. after a concerned citizen called in a vehicle matching the description sent out in the Amber Alert early this morning. A 2017 white Subaru Impreza with veteran tags. Tanya Hansen says it was her son who realized what they were watching and says there was no trouble taking Duren into custody.
We just didn't know what was happening at the time, and then we kind of put the pieces together and we're like, oh, this is the Amber Alert. They were able to get the kids out of the car safely and get them taken care of.
His 2 daughters also in the car. They were both checked over by local EMTs and appear to be unharmed and safe, something many are grateful to hear. Hansen says the police did a great job handling the situation and says she hopes the family can now find a way to heal.
I'm really sad for the family. This had to have been very traumatic for everybody involved. And, I hope the kids are okay and that the families can heal moving forward.
And right now it is unclear where Duren will stay until his court date that is tentatively scheduled for Monday afternoon. It will be a virtual arraignment. We're live in Keene. Kelly O'Brien, WMUR News 9.
And this is how the case unfolded today. Around 10:30 last night, police were called to an apartment at 1063 Main Street in Berlin, and that's where the body of Caitlyn Naffziger was found. She is the mother of the 2 girls. The Amber Alert for the 1- and 4-year-old sisters, that was issued at 4:10 this morning, with alerts being sent to cell phones across much of New England. And News 9 learned the children were found safe just before 10:30 this morning outside a restaurant in Keene. Their father, Dustin Duren, was taken into custody, and then less than an hour ago, officials announcing they have charged him with 2nd-degree murder for the death of the girl's mother.
So he was charged initially with 2nd degree, but I think it's been bumped up to 1st degree, right? So it's kind of confusing because we've seen reports on both. So all right, we've seen reports on both sides that, that's 1st degree, it's 2nd degree, so I don't know. I mean, I'm not quite sure. All right, let's see. So now here's his defense. This is going to be his defense.
It was early March when an Amber Alert was issued for 2 little girls, ages 4 and 1, who were reported missing after their mother was found dead inside a Berlin apartment. The children were later tracked down in Keene with their father, Dustin Duren, who was taken into custody and accused of murdering 31-year-old Caitlyn Naffziger before running off with their children. Duren was later indicted on 1st and 2nd-degree murder as well as reckless conduct and endangering the welfare of a child. But in a new motion filed in Coos Superior Court, attorneys for Duren claim their client was justified in using deadly force. His attorneys write that the state alleges Duren shot Naffziger in the head 1 time while grabbing for his 4-year-old daughter from Naffziger's grip during an argument in Duren's living room.
Basically, they're asking the court for the instruction on self-defense or defense of another.
In the motion, Duren's attorneys point to a New Hampshire RSA, which states, quote, a person is justified in using deadly force upon another person when he reasonably believes that such other person is committing or about to commit kidnapping. Legal analyst Patricia LaFrance says there is a chance Duren takes the stand in his trial to give his version of what happened.
I believe that he gave a statement to the police to that effect. That would certainly bolster his credibility with the jury.
And so Duren's trial is set to begin in July. We reached out to his attorney for comment, but we have not heard back as of airtime. Reporting live, I'm Tim Callery, WMUR News 9.
All right, so there's his defense that he thought that Caitlyn, who is the mother, girlfriend, they were not married, was going to kidnap the kids. So that's going to be his defense. All right, so this was just from this past week. So we're waiting for the court to kick in. So let's, this could be this could be my last clip that I play. Let's see here.
Catherine, this month's request.
All right.
Catherine, this month's requests ask a judge to block certain evidence from the trial, including both the Amber Alert and a transcript of a police interview. They claim they're not relevant and will affect the jury's decision. Duren's charged with killing Caitlyn Naffziger in Berlin in February 2024. He then allegedly took the daughters they shared, then 1 and 4 years old. Duren was arrested in Keene and charged with second-degree murder, reckless conduct with a deadly weapon, and child endangerment. His lawyers tried to get rid of those charges in March. They claim the state violated his right to a speedy trial, and now they filed motions to prevent a jury from hearing about the Amber Alert put out after the alleged abduction. They say it suggests Duren didn't have legal custody of his kids. They also want to avoid letting the jury have a transcription of his police interview. They claim the jury could focus on the transcript rather than the video. They say an earlier draft also had errors. Documents also say Duren admitted to killing Naffziger during the interview. Jesse O'Neill is a former assistant state attorney general, and he says that these kinds of requests, called in limine, are common before a trial.
For something like a transcript or an Amber Alert, something that isn't clearly admissible or inadmissible, and something where one party thinks they may want that in or out at trial, it's pretty common to file a motion in limine just to get a pretrial ruling and basically know what the playing field is going to look like once trial starts.
And Jesse says that the judge can hand down the decisions on these motions as soon as today or as late as Monday. That's when Duren's trial is set to start. Live in studio, John Schoenheider, WMUR News.
All right. So interesting developments. All right, let's see if we have a live feed yet. All right, nothing live yet. Just keep an eye out on other sources. Just give me a moment while we try to find, just to make sure. All right, waiting for them to kick in. So while we do that, let's see what else we'll play. Play jury selection underway. Well, no, let's see. All right, here's no bail is set. Let's check this out.
The state is asking this court to currently hold the defendant without bail.
Dustin Duren's first court appearance was brief, and he appeared by video. Duren is being held without bail, accused of shooting and killing the mother of his children Thursday night. Investigators say 31-year-old Caitlyn Naffziger was found dead inside a Berlin apartment and had been shot in the head. Early Friday morning, a statewide Amber Alert went out for Duren and the couple's 1 and 4-year-old daughters. Those girls were found safe later that morning in Keene, where Duren was arrested. He's now charged with second-degree murder and could face life in prison. Naffziger's family tells News 9 the couple had been together for several years and lived in Minnesota. They say Duren was a Marine veteran who recently came to New Hampshire because he was interested in the Free State Project. A spokesperson for that organization said Duren had requested help from some of their volunteers when he was moving in, but aside from that, they had little contact with him, saying in a statement in part, quote, "Like all Granite Staters, we are shocked and saddened to read this tragic news. The Free State Project is a nonviolent movement that promotes peace and liberty. We condemn all acts of aggression." And Duren is due back in court in person on March 13th. In the newsroom, Hannah Cotter, WMUR News 9.
All right. All right, looks like we're live. Let me get us over there.
Thank you. If I can give a form to you, you can fill it out.
Sure, yeah. You can return it to the office or to me or Lana. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We're definitely going to be sending a stream back to the station.
Sure.
And then asking if they're going to, okay, they're not streaming it. So what they're doing is they're just recording it back at So you'll be able to see it on WMUR.com.
All right, thank you. Court TV may be live streaming the whole thing.
Oh yeah, so Court TV's here also. The Court TV
on Court TV.
The Court TV technician.
Yeah, he stepped out. Yes.
We'll be right back, so you could ask him. Dustin Duren.
Dustin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Dustin Duren.
Now, how do you prefer to do can I take so I have to trial people so I can here? That's fine. Is that okay? That's fine. They're just not so when if you said you'd like to live this, yep, I'll have to check out.
So far, I like the audio. I think the audio's, hopefully, fingers crossed, the audio will be okay. Video, I hope we get more than just this view, but if this is what we get, they may only have the one camera, so we'll see. But so far, so good. Hey, Stella, good morning to you. Sherry M., good to see you. At least the attorneys' tables are a little farther apart, I should say. Thank you guys for joining us. This is going to be an interesting trial. Let's see if we can hear any hot mics. And that being said, they cut the feed. And with that, they cut the feed. No. Okay, we're good.
And then the one thing I think doing is that there are some that you can talk in 8 and 9 others. Oh yeah, we'll find out real quick. tested, everything is missing.
So
Everything shows up on the old screen.
Well, they seem to come in with a tough plastic for sale.
I did get one of those little folding chairs for those occasions. I will say, so I got a folding pew does.
I think having it closer to the alley like here, keeping you away from the jury box, gives you a vantage point.
There you go, put on vehicle shoes.
It's 50-50 because the more I'm shooting this one, the more I'm shooting There was a question as to whether you guys can string that thing.
Yep.
Yes, yes.
Also, if you can fill that out, I'll turn it into if they just want to keep it like that. I just have to close it from long.
Especially when this is happening. It is. Not even. One straight road too.
No. Well, I'm like crazy. I know I'm having something delivered. I saw it. It's coming up to myself. I'm like, oh yeah, it was this morning where we were, yeah.
These are injured. Okay. You can sit on either side. The jurors are told to consider what's going on in front of the bench, all of this. So could they speculate about who's sitting where? They could, but they're worried about what's happening up here. So if you see better over here, absolutely. Okay. There's no change to these seats, okay?
They are streaming it on courttv.com.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. My favorite answer to that. So do it all on all the case number. It's fine.
I sent a message with the Naffziger group. And I think we'll do a big chat after today. So I'll give one update.
No, I just need to figure out what you're saying that's easy.
Yeah, I kind of knew we were going to be able to hurry up. That's how it always is when you're setting up and shooting.
I'll probably go back. I'll go back over all this at lunchtime and clean it up a little bit.
If you ever need a bathroom break, I can do that too. Did you end up using the whole record case? Do you have one on sheet?
These are the monitors.
Oh yeah, it's a different red.
Is this one long enough for you?
Is it my TV box? No, it's there. Okay. It doesn't ring up? It must. Okay.
Oh, actually, no, this would be perfect for this. Okay. This is going to here. All right, well, there you go. So next time I go out, I want people to take pictures better. No, I've gone to it. Actually, it's no. Yep. See, that's what we need. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
It will, yeah. And it was nice. She's still. Okay, so leave it.
Were you asleep last night?
Can I leave it to you so we can find it? I have enough cords in there.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Now, what they talked, so she said,
that sounds like it. So it's because you can
I just got it.
Yeah, be careful.
yeah, we usually, well, we use this one, we usually use the microphone. You don't want that?
That one doesn't look fine.
Yeah, oh, I know, yeah. Okay, you're good, there's plenty of cords.
But I don't care. I would love to have that. You got it.
The only thing is that was just not the table.
Things are
Okay, do you want me to make sure this to Margaret too?
Do you want, are you gonna want? Usually someone puts on
So, just confirming you're not, there's no videotaping or still photographs of the jury. We're on the same page about that? No video photographs of the jury, no depictions at all? Okay, just have to say that we discussed.
Yeah. We were able to move that monitor a little bit over to make sure we block it.
Oh, perfect, sounds fabulous. I'm the clerk. Just, you know, just the clerk. All right, thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, I'm just the clerk.
That's fine.
And you received the instructions, right? The first set, that goes first. Not yet. Yeah.
And if you're talking, you know, you respond. Yeah. We'll take it back.
Yeah, they're not. They're tiny. Good job.
I know I had one, I just, everything else went I'm gonna find it the second for you. They've been warned.
Hannah, do you need a copy of this? First half of the jury instructions? Would you like a copy?
I got like 7 tabs on just so that you know the first group of them will come with the third witness today.
Who is that?
Amanda Johnson. She's our trooper. So
Okay.
I have it set up because I don't like to surprise jurors with these photos as much as I don't like to surprise family. So I have it set up to do a beat-in.
Yeah, sure. I'll double check with the officers and counsel are transparent.
I'll tell you this to Oh, and that'll look good. Don't worry.
Dustin Duren, and we're in column 1. Counsel, is that for the judge?
Yes, counsel.
Is there any issues to discuss with the report and the jury? No? And none of us have worked on to address the
yourself for indicting.
Good morning. Thank you. Please remain standing for the jury.
Remain standing for the honorable jury.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. Please be seated.
Okay, just for the record, this is State versus Dustin Duren. This is docket number 214, 2024 CR 28. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please stand for your oath. Mr. Duren, if you could remain standing and face the jury, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise your right hand and keep them raised during the oath. And at the conclusion, you will each say, "I do." Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will carefully consider the evidence of the law presented to you in this case, and that you will deliver a fair and true verdict as to the charge or charges against the defendant, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. The jury may be seated. I'll read the charges now. Again, this is docket number 214, 2024 CR 28. This is charge ID 2217221C. The state alleges that Dustin Mark Duren of or formerly of Berlin in the state of New Hampshire on February 29, 2024 at Berlin in the county of Coas aforesaid with force and arms did commit the crime of second-degree murder, in that Dustin Mark Duren did recklessly cause the death of Caitlyn Naffziger under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life by shooting her with a firearm, said acts being contrary to the form of the statute in such case made and provided against the peace and dignity of the state. The next charge ID is 2217222C. The state alleges that Dustin Mark Duren of or formerly of Berlin in the state of New Hampshire on February 29th of 2024 at Berlin in the county of Coas aforesaid with force and arms did commit the crime of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon, in that Dustin Mark Duren did recklessly engage in conduct which placed another ED in danger of serious bodily injury, to wit, by shooting Caitlyn Naffziger with a firearm while holding ED, said acts being contrary to the form of the statute, such case made and provided against the peace and dignity of the state. The next charge ID is charge ID number 2217223C. The state alleges that Dustin Mark Duren on or about February 29th of 2024 did commit the offense of endangering the welfare of a child and the laws of New Hampshire, for which the defendant should be held to answer, and that the defendant did knowingly endanger the welfare of a child, ED, age 4, by purposely violating a duty of care, protection, or support he owes to such child, to wit, by shooting Caitlyn Naffziger in the presence of this child and while said child was being held by Dustin Mark Duren against the peace and dignity of the state. Next charge ID is 2237508C. The state alleges that Dustin Mark Duren of or formerly of Berlin in the state of New Hampshire on February 29th of 2024 at Berlin in the county of Coas aforesaid with force and arms to commit the crime of second-degree murder, in that Dustin Mark Duren did knowingly cause the death of Caitlyn Naffziger by shooting her with a firearm, said acts being contrary to the form of the statute, such case made and provided against the peace and dignity of the state. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defendant has been arraigned on the charges and has pleaded not guilty, and of this he puts himself upon his country for trial, which country you are. The Attorney General for the state has joined the issue, and you are to say by your verdict if the defendant is guilty of the crimes whereof he stands charged or not guilty, hearkening to the evidence. Mr. Duren, you may be seated.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Covalenko. Good morning again, members of the jury. Thank you for your punctuality. Thank you for your service. Okay, you are about to hear opening statements by counsel. Before that, I'm going to give you some general instructions as to the law that applies to this case. which will give you some guidance as you consider the evidence in this case. At the end of the case, after you have heard the evidence and closing arguments, I will give you further instructions, and then you will retire to the jury deliberation room to decide your verdict. You will receive a written copy of these instructions when you are ready to deliberate. In order to reach a fair and just verdict, you must understand and follow the law as I explain it to you. For example, you have to understand the definitions of the crimes with which the defendant is charged. You have to understand how convinced one way or the other you should be before you reach your verdict, and you have to understand what to consider in deciding whether to believe a particular witness. These instructions, as I said, will explain the law as to these and other matters so that you can reach a fair and just verdict. It is up to you to decide the facts of this case. You and you alone are the judges of the facts. You must decide the facts solely from the evidence in this trial. You apply the facts as you find them to be to the law as I give it to you in these instructions, and in this way, you reach your verdict. You should decide the facts in this case without prejudice, without fear, and without sympathy. You are to decide the facts based only on the evidence, and the evidence in this case consists of the testimony under oath of the witnesses and any exhibits which are admitted into evidence. Those exhibits will go with you into the jury deliberation room. There are certain other matters that you may not consider as evidence. The fact that the defendant has been arrested and charged with a crime is not evidence of his guilt. In this case, the defendant was charged by means of a document called an indictment. An indictment is simply a way of giving the defendant notice of the accusations against him. This type of document is a formal way of accusing him of a crime in order to bring him to trial. In your deliberations, you must not consider the fact of the defendant's arrest, the indictment, or the defendant is being brought to stand trial as evidence of the defendant's guilt. The possible punishment the defendant may receive if you return a guilty verdict should not influence your decision. The duty of imposing sentence is solely for the judge, and you should consider the evidence presented and base your verdict only on the evidence without considering the issue of punishment. What the lawyers say to you is not evidence. In their opening statements and their closing arguments, the lawyers will discuss their view of the facts to help you understand the evidence from their point of view. But the lawyers are not witnesses in this matter, and therefore they cannot testify. Therefore, what they say to you is not evidence in the case. If the lawyers state the evidence differently from how you recall it, then you should follow your own memory of what the evidence was. Also, if the lawyers state the law differently from the law as I explain it to you in these instructions, then you must disregard what the lawyers have said about the law and follow my instructions. It is quite common during a trial for the lawyers to make objections. Lawyers are supposed to object when they believe that certain evidence may not be admissible under our rules of evidence. Please do not hold it against either party if they make these objections, and sometimes these objections require bench conferences. If I sustain an objection and I exclude any evidence, you must not guess as to what the evidence might have been. If I order that a question and answer be stricken from the record, you must not consider either the question or the answer as evidence. Likewise, if I overrule an objection and I admit certain evidence, then you must not give that evidence any special weight as a result of my ruling. I am not expressing views as to the importance of evidence when I make my rulings. I am merely applying the law, as is my duty. Throughout the trial, I must be fair and impartial, just as you are required to be. So if I say or do anything during the trial that causes you to believe that I favor one party over the other, I now instruct you that I do not favor either party in this case. The role of the judge is to run the trial in a fair and orderly manner, to decide the admissibility of evidence, and to instruct you, the jury, on the law that applies to the case. You and you alone, as I said, are the judges of the facts, and you decide the verdict. Now that I've told you what you must not consider, I'm going to tell you what you can consider as evidence. You should consider the testimony of witnesses and any exhibits that may have been introduced as evidence. In other words, you should consider only the legally admissible evidence and reasonable inferences that you can draw from the evidence. By reasonable inferences, I mean conclusions which reason and common sense lead you to draw from the facts that are proven to your satisfaction. There are two ways for a party to prove a particular fact in the case, either through direct or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as the testimony of a witness based upon personal knowledge. That is, what the witness actually saw, heard, or otherwise directly experienced. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence, which tends to prove a disputed fact by proof of other facts. In other words, circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and inferences that tend to prove whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Let me give you a brief example to demonstrate the difference between direct and circumstantial evidence. Assume that when you enter the courthouse, it is cloudy outside. While you are in the court, you see someone come into the building who is wearing rain boots, the person is soaking wet, and they're closing an umbrella. If you could actually look out the window and see for yourself that there is rain falling from the sky, that would be direct evidence that it is raining outside. In contrast, if you cannot see for yourself whether it is raining outside, you still could consider the facts and circumstances of the person you observed entering the court with the rain boots and umbrella to determine whether it is raining outside. That is an example of circumstantial evidence. You should consider both types of evidence, direct and circumstantial. There is no legal distinction between the weight of direct evidence as compared to circumstantial evidence. You are permitted to give equal weight to both, but you must decide how much weight to give any evidence, whether it be direct or circumstantial. There is, however, a rule relating to circumstantial evidence that you must keep in mind. If the state presents only circumstantial evidence to prove one or more elements of a charged offense, then in order to convict, you must find that the totality of the evidence as to those elements excludes all reasonable conclusions other than guilt. This means if it is reasonable to arrive at two conclusions, one consistent with guilt and one consistent with innocence, then you must choose the reasonable conclusion consistent with innocence. In determining whether all reasonable conclusions other than guilt have been excluded, you should not consider any item of circumstantial evidence in isolation. Rather, you should consider each item of circumstantial evidence in the context of all the other evidence. You must understand, however, that this circumstantial evidence rule does not apply to direct evidence. If there is a conflict between two or more witnesses who offer direct evidence concerning certain facts, you must decide which witness to believe. For example, suppose there are two eyewitnesses to a crime, and one testifies that the defendant committed the crime, and the other testifies that the defendant did not commit the crime. This presents a situation where there is a conflict in the direct evidence. In this situation, you, the jury, must decide which witness to believe and whether, based upon all of the evidence, the state has proven the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Similarly, if only one witness provides direct evidence concerning an offense charged, then you must decide whether to believe that particular witness, considering the factors I will outline and any other considerations you would ordinarily use in deciding whether to believe a person based upon your common sense and good judgment. Now, in reviewing the evidence, you should consider the quality of the evidence and not the quantity. It is not the number of witnesses or the quantity of the evidence that is important, but the quality of the evidence. That is, how persuasive the evidence is to you. In summary, you should consider all the evidence in the case and decide whether the state has proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. In deciding this case, you must decide the credibility of witnesses. That is, it is up to you to decide who to believe. If there is any conflict between the witnesses, then you must resolve the conflict. Simply because a witness has taken an oath to tell the truth does not mean that you have to accept the testimony as true. Use your common sense and judgment. Consider factors you use in deciding important issues in your everyday lives. For example, you may consider the following: the witness's appearance, attitude, and behavior on the witness stand and the way the witness testified, the witness's age, intelligence, and experience, The witness's opportunity and ability to see or hear the things about which the witness testified. The accuracy of the witness's memory. Any motive of the witness not to tell the truth. Any interest that a witness had in the outcome of the case. Any bias of the witness or friendship or animosity the witness may have for or against any of the other people in the case. The consistency or inconsistency of the witness's testimony. Whether or not what the witness said appears reasonable or unreasonable. Whether what the witness said is consistent or inconsistent with the testimony of other witnesses or with statements the witness made at another time. In deciding which witnesses to believe and how much of their testimony to believe, you should consider both the direct and cross-examination of the witnesses. If you believe that part of a witness's testimony is false, you may choose to distrust other parts also, but you are not required to do so. Inconsistencies and contradictions within a witness's testimony or between witnesses do not necessarily mean that you should disbelieve the witness. It is possible for honest people to witness the same event and see or hear things differently. You should evaluate inconsistencies and contradictions and determine whether they are important or unimportant. You need not believe any witness even though the testimony is uncontradicted, nor are you required to accept testimony as true simply because some or even all of the witnesses agree with each other. You may find the testimony of one witness or of a few witnesses more persuasive than the testimony of a larger number. The principles I have outlined regarding judging the credibility of witnesses apply to all witnesses, whether they are ordinary civilians, police officers, or otherwise. In short, you should consider the testimony of each witness and give it the weight you think it deserves. You can accept all of what a witness says, you can reject all of what a witness says, or you can accept some of it and reject some of it. It is up to you. Now, I've addressed what you should not consider and what you should consider in reaching a verdict. I am now going to discuss how convinced one way or the other you must be, and this is referred to as the burden of proof. Under both our state and federal constitutions, all defendants in criminal cases are presumed to be innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proving guilt rests entirely on the state. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. The defendant enters this courtroom as an innocent man, and you must consider him to be an innocent man until the state convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. If, after all the evidence and arguments, you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant committed any one or more elements of the offense, then you must find him not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, a reasonable doubt is just what the words would ordinarily imply. The use of the word reasonable means simply that the doubt must be reasonable rather than unreasonable. It must be a doubt based on reason. It is not a frivolous or fanciful doubt, nor is it one that can easily be explained away. Rather, it is such a doubt based on reason as remains after consideration of all the evidence the state has offered against it. The test you must use is this. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the state has proven any one or more of the elements of the crime charged, you must find the defendant not guilty. However, if you find the state has proven all of the elements of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. During the course of the trial, you can get to know your fellow jurors, but you are not allowed to talk about the case or the evidence until you begin deliberating. It is quite natural to want to talk to your fellow jurors about the case as it unfolds, but it is really important that you not do that. If you have those conversations during the trial, it tends to cause you to form opinions about what you think the outcome ought to be before you have heard all of the evidence. Cases are presented in a certain order. The state has the burden of proof, so it will present evidence first. Because the defendant is presumed innocent, he has no obligation to present any evidence, but he has a right to do so if he wants to. So you may not hear evidence from the defense until later in the case. If the defendant chooses to exercise his absolute constitutional right not to testify or present any evidence, you cannot hold that against him or draw any negative inferences based on this. Even if the defendant chooses not to even if the defendant chooses not to present evidence, the importance of certain pieces of evidence may not become apparent until the lawyers make their closing arguments. You will have plenty of time to discuss the evidence and testimony with your fellow jurors when you retire to deliberate. After all of the evidence has been submitted and both sides have presented their closing arguments, I will give you further instructions about the law that applies to this case, including definitions of the crimes charged and other issues that might arise during the course of the trial. If at any point, if any of you cannot see or hear any witness or any of the attorneys while they have the floor, please raise your hand and we will address it. Thank you. The other thing I would like to say at this time is we typically will take a mid-morning break, we'll take a lunch break, and we'll take a mid-afternoon break. I try to time those breaks based upon the overall flow of the trial and based upon the presentation of witness testimony. I try to do my best to make sure that we don't go too long, so we'll do that as we go through the evidence. Okay? All right, ready to proceed?
This is Caitlyn Naffziger. You can see her here with her daughter, Ellen. In this photo, you can see her as she was in life, holding one of her children close. She's dead now. She's dead because the defendant, Dustin Duren, the father of her children, murdered her. As Caitlyn sat on the couch, holding her 4-year-old daughter Ellen on her lap, very much like you see there, the defendant ripped Ellen from Caitlyn's arms. He stepped back, pointed his 9mm Beretta semi-automatic pistol at Caitlyn's head, and pulled the trigger. The defendant was still holding Ellen in his arms when he murdered her mother. The sound of the gunshot hurt Ellen's ears. After the defendant killed Caitlyn, he took Ellen and her 1-year-old sister, Valen. He packed their things, put them in his car, and began driving. He got all the way to Concord, where he called his parents, and he confessed. He told them that he had killed Caitlyn. He said he was going dark, and he shut off his phone, making it impossible for the authorities to track his location. The defendant's father called the Berlin police. The police went to the defendant's apartment and found Caitlyn there, dead. A few hours later, in the early morning hours of March 1st, 2024, an Amber Alert went out, including descriptions of the defendant, the girls, and the defendant's car. It was that Amber Alert that led to the defendant's arrest, after a citizen told the Keene police that she saw the defendant's car heading in the direction of an Applebee's in Keene. The police found the defendant in his car in the parking lot of Applebee's. Ellen and Valen were in the back seat. The murder weapon, that 9mm Beretta semi-automatic pistol, was in the driver's side door. After his arrest, the defendant gave an interview with the New Hampshire State Police. He told them his version of the story, his version of what happened between him and Caitlyn. He told the police that he wanted Caitlyn to leave his apartment, and when she wouldn't, he got angry. He tried to take Ellen from Caitlyn, but she refused, and he got angry. So he went to his desk grabbed his gun and used it to kill the mother of his children. You can see the words "very deliberate" up there on the screen. Those are his words, the defendant's words. Those are the words that he used to describe his killing of Caitlyn Naffziger when he spoke to the police. Ladies and gentlemen of this jury, this will not be a case that is difficult to understand. This will not be a whodunit. There will be no mystery. The evidence will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Dustin Duren murdered Caitlyn Naffziger. The evidence will also show you why he did it. This is a case about anger and control. According to the defendant, he and Caitlyn had argued over the course of the day. He wanted her to leave and go back to Minnesota, where she was from. And when Caitlyn refused to do what he wanted, when he couldn't control her actions, he got angry. So he took his gun, pointed it at Caitlyn, and pulled the trigger. It was, as he said, a very deliberate act. During this trial, the state will provide you with evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Dustin Duren is guilty of the murder of Caitlyn Naffziger, as well as the crimes of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon and endangerment of a child. You will be given that evidence in the form of witness testimony, photographs, videos, and physical evidence. And right now, we're going to talk about some of that evidence. Caitlyn Naffziger and Dustin Duren were both from Minnesota. Together, they had two daughters, Elowen and Valen. In February of 2024, Elowen was 4 years old and Valen was 1. Caitlyn and the defendant did not have a good relationship. It was rocky. By January of 2024, things were not in a good place. That month, the defendant moved from Minnesota to New Hampshire. He brought Elowen with him. Caitlyn and Valen remained in Minnesota. The defendant drove from Minnesota with Elowen, and on January 23rd, he moved into an apartment in Berlin. That apartment was at 1063 Main Street. You can see 1063 Main Street here. It's a multi-family home in Berlin. The defendant's apartment was on the ground floor. After the defendant and Elowen arrived in New Hampshire, the defendant and Caitlyn argued over the phone and through text messages. They argued about the children and their future. On February 27th, Caitlyn and Valen flew to Boston. They took a bus from the airport to New Hampshire, where they met family, and they spent the night with that family on the seacoast. The next day was the 28th. That day, Caitlyn and Valen got a ride and were dropped off at a restaurant in Ossipee. There, they met the defendant and Elowen. After having lunch, the defendant drove them all in his car back to Berlin. They spent the night at 1063 Main Street, that apartment that you saw. The defendant believed that after this visit, Caitlyn was going to return home to Minnesota without either of the girls. That was what he wanted. The next day, February 29th, according to the defendant, he asked Caitlyn repeatedly when her aunt was going to come pick her up. He asked her every 15 minutes because he wanted her to leave. He didn't want her there. Caitlyn ignored him. After repeated questions from the defendant about when she was going to leave, Caitlyn told him, "I'm not leaving, I'm staying." During the course of that day, according to the defendant, Caitlyn threatened to call the police and have the children taken away from him. This continued throughout the day. That evening, after a day of asking Caitlyn when she would leave, and a day of Caitlyn not doing what he wanted her to do, the defendant got angry. He was so angry that he started packing up Caitlyn's things so that he could drive her to the seacoast, do it himself. His plan was to load Caitlyn, her things, and both girls into the car, drive Caitlyn to her family and drop her off, and then return back to Berlin with both of the girls. The defendant put the younger daughter, Valen, in her car seat. Caitlyn remained sitting on the couch, holding Elowen in her arms. Similar to that photo, Caitlyn did not want to leave. The defendant tried to grab Elowen from Caitlyn, but Caitlyn would not let go. She continued to hold Elowen. She didn't want to leave. This made the defendant even angrier. Angry that Caitlyn refused to leave his apartment, and angry that she refused to let go of her daughter Elowen, the defendant had had enough. In his mind, the line had been crossed. Those are his words. Those are the words he told the police, and he described to them why he killed Caitlyn and what was going through his head. By refusing to allow him to take her child from her arms, Caitlyn had crossed the line. This is a diagram of the defendant's apartment at 1063 Main Street. If you look at the living room, you can see that there is a couch, a coffee table in front of it, and then a desk on the other side of the room. Those black bars that you see represent the doorways in the apartment. And you can see the back door is down a hallway on the left side. Caitlyn was sitting on the couch in front of the coffee table with Elowen on her lap. According to the defendant, after he tried and failed to take Elowen from Caitlyn as she sat on the couch, he crossed the room and went to his desk. From his desk, he grabbed this, his Beretta 9mm semi-automatic pistol. That gun had a loaded magazine in it, but no bullet in the chamber. According to the defendant, after he grabbed the gun, he racked it on the slide back, putting a bullet in the chamber. The gun was now ready to fire. The defendant walked back across the room from his desk, around the coffee table, and stood in front of Caitlyn, to her left. He grabbed Elowen and ripped her from her mother's arms with his left arm. He was holding that pistol in his right. After grabbing Elowen, holding her in his left arm, he stepped back and pointed his gun at Caitlyn's head. At this point, Caitlyn was sitting on the couch alone. She was unarmed. The defendant stood between Caitlyn and the exit. Elowen in one arm, gun in the other. At that time, Caitlyn did not have a car, she did not have a bus ticket, and her family was hours away. As Caitlyn sat on that couch, holding Elowen in his arm, after stepping back, the defendant pulled the trigger. He did not miss. He fired one bullet. That bullet entered Caitlyn's skull from the left side of her head. It traveled through her brain and exited the right side. The gunshot was loud. According to the defendant, Elowen immediately started grabbing her ear and complaining of the noise. The defendant went to the garage and put her in the car. This is what the defendant told the detectives later about what he was thinking at that moment after shooting Caitlyn in the head. He told them that he knew, in his words, that he was screwed. He understood what had happened, and he understood the consequences. He went back in the house. He got Valen, who was still in her car seat. He grabbed clothes for himself and for the girls. He grabbed food and water. He grabbed pillows and blankets. He put all of these things into his car. He grabbed his desktop computer. You can see it there in the defendant's truck. After packing up those supplies with both girls in the car, the defendant started to drive. The defendant left his apartment in Berlin sometime between 5:38 p.m. and 6 p.m. on February 29th. He drove to Concord, arriving a little bit before 9 p.m. In Concord, the defendant sent a video of the girls to his mother, and then he called his parents. At 10:08 p.m. in Concord, he called them and told them what he had done. He said, "I killed Caitlyn." He said, "You should probably call the police." He also said, "I'm going to go dark. I'm not turning off my phone." He said he would turn himself in, but he wanted some time with the girls before he did it. At about 10:22 p.m., the defendant did turn off his phone. According to him, he drove west into New York State. At some point, he stopped, and he and the girls slept in the car in the back seat. According to the defendant, when he woke up the next morning, he decided to turn himself in. So he started driving back to New Hampshire. As the defendant drove through Keene the morning of March 1st, he decided to have breakfast somewhere with his girls. While driving, he was seen and he was placed under arrest. The murder weapon, that 9mm Beretta semi-automatic pistol, was in the door, still loaded. That was March 1st. The evidence in this case will prove to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant is guilty of knowing second-degree murder and the alternative charge of reckless second-degree murder for killing Caitlyn Naffziger. It will also prove that he committed the crimes of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon and endangerment of a child. The evidence will prove to you that the defendant was not provoked when he pulled that trigger, and that the killing of Caitlyn Naffziger was not justified. When asked by a detective if Caitlyn had threatened to harm anyone, he said no. When asked by a detective if he knew he was endangering Elowen by firing a gun so close to her, he said yes. The evidence will prove to you that the defendant caused Caitlyn's death merely because he was angry and nothing more. You will hear testimony during this trial from state troopers and police officers who will describe how they investigated this case and how they gathered important pieces of evidence. You will hear from the medical examiner who conducted an autopsy of Caitlyn's body. An intelligence analyst with the New Hampshire State Police will describe for you how she used cell phone location data to map the defendant's movements before he turned his phone off. You will hear testimony from an expert firearms examiner who will tell you that the gun that fired the bullet that killed Caitlyn was the defendant's. And you will hear what the defendant told the police when they interviewed him and when he confessed. His version of the story. After his arrest, the defendant spoke with the state police at length. That interview was audio and video recorded. You will be able to see it for yourselves. You will be able to see the defendant's body language, his demeanor, and his tone of voice. You will see that the defendant was calm and in control when he described killing Caitlyn Naffziger. I've already shown you a few of the things that he said during that interview. You will see those and more presented during this trial. Those statements are just some of the evidence that will prove that the defendant is guilty. Caitlyn is dead. She is dead because the defendant became angry when she refused to leave his apartment. And she is dead because she would not stop holding her 4-year-old daughter. And that made the defendant mad. So he grabbed his gun, took Caitlyn's daughter away from her, and shot her in the head. After you have heard all the evidence in this case, it will be up to you, the jury, to deliberate and deliver a verdict. When that time comes, when you have had all of the evidence placed in front of you, you will know, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant is guilty. You will know that the defendant murdered Caitlyn Naffziger. Just like the defendant knew from the moment that he fired his gun, you will know that he's guilty.
Certainly.
Oops, let me get that. Oh, that's bad. Okay. Sorry about that. Audio, that's them, I guess, putting on their white noise or just killing the feed. All right, so opening statements. Opening statements. Well, first of all, the judge, second degree, extreme indifference by shooting her with a firearm, endangering welfare of a child age 4. So I thought it was going to have to do with kidnapping. Is he under kidnapping too? Did we say he was charged with kidnapping? All right, so he's not charged with kidnapping because I guess they're his kids, but the child endangerment, so it's just 4, so it's Elowin. Beautiful names. These kids have fantastic names, Elowin and Valen. So state opening talks about Caitlyn. This is Caitlyn in life, and now she's no longer with us. She was holding Elowin. She was holding Elowin. He rips Elowin out of her arms and points his 9mm at her head and shoots her. The sound of the gunshot hurt Elowin's ears, so he packed the car and took off with Elowin and Valen. He then calls his parents and he confesses. He says he's going dark. He wanted Caitlyn to leave, and when she said no, he got angry. So it's not a whodunit. It's not a mystery. We know exactly what happened. So the reasoning is that they argued. So they're both from Minnesota. He comes out to New Hampshire. Let's make sure. Okay. So they're both from Minnesota. He leaves in January to New Hampshire. And then Caitlyn comes on February 27th, flies into Boston. They all meet on February 28th, and then Dustin thought that they would go back. All right, I'll pick up afterwards.
This case is about broken promises, secret plans, and a father's unyielding love. It's about a Marine reacting to a threat toward his beloved daughter. A horrific tragedy, but not a criminal offense. Dustin Duren is not guilty. Dustin, a Marine veteran, responded to a threat when he shot Caitlyn one time. He saw his daughter being held hostage in front of him. He believed his daughter was in danger of being hurt, in danger of being a pawn in a custody dispute, in danger of being taken away from him, in danger of being kidnapped. The law allows for deadly force to be used against another in certain circumstances. The law says Dustin's actions were justified. He's not guilty of murder. He is not guilty of reckless conduct. He is not guilty of endangering the welfare of a child. You will hear that Caitlyn agreed with a plan to let Dustin take their daughter Elowen to Berlin, New Hampshire from Minnesota, and that she would follow later with their younger daughter Valen. You will hear that she later changed her mind, but did not tell Dustin. Instead, she flew to Boston with their 1-year-old Valen, and then planned with her aunt to take Elowen and Valen from their father in the middle of the night while he was sleeping. To carry out the secret plan, Caitlyn and Valen went to Berlin, stayed the night at Dustin's, and then ignored Dustin's requests for her to leave. Dustin decided he would need to bring Caitlyn back to the seacoast where her aunt lived. And when he tried to get the kids ready to leave, Caitlyn told Dustin no, she was not leaving. She demanded Dustin pay her more money. She threatened Dustin she was going to call the police and lie to them, accusing him of kidnapping Elowen. She told Dustin she was taking the kids back to Minnesota and he would never see them again. While making these threats, Caitlyn remained seated on the couch, holding on to Elowen. She would not let go of Elowen when Dustin tried to free her. She gripped Elowen. She tugged Elowen. She bear hugged Elowen. Elowen was being held hostage right in front of Dustin. Dustin did not want to hurt Elowen. She was crying. He was worried she was being hurt. On the third attempt to free Elowen from Caitlyn's grip, Elowen let out a shriek. This was a startling and terrifying reaction that caused something in Dustin to tick. In his fear for Elowen and his need to protect her, he walked a couple feet over to his desk, got his gun, chambered around, pulled Elowen to safety, and fired one round into Caitlyn's head. Dustin Duren defended his daughter. He is not guilty. You will hear that evidence through the state's case and through the defense's case. But now I want to talk to you about Dustin. Dustin is a father and he is a Marine. These two things shape his identity and his decision making. Dustin enlisted with the Marines when he was 18 years old. He received extensive training in firearms. He was drilled with firearms, expected to be able to assemble, load, aim, and shoot a firearm quickly, automatically, without conscious thought. Use of a firearm became automatic and instinctual to him, something that he could do quickly, accurately, and without forethought. He was trained to use a firearm to respond to threats. You will hear that Dustin was the most proficient shooter in boot camp and the squadron high shooter during annual marksmanship training. He became a certified marksmanship coach and taught hundreds of Marines how to perfect their shooting. You will also hear that Dustin had been diagnosed with service-connected PTSD and has suffered bouts of depression in the past. Before meeting Caitlyn in 2019, Dustin felt like his life was meaningless. He had no real purpose, no real reason to live. But shortly after beginning a relationship with Caitlyn, she became pregnant with their first child. Dustin's mental health began to improve. He was beginning to believe he had a purpose, having a family. He and Caitlyn lived together at his parents' home. Soon after Elowyn was born, they moved to Las Vegas and lived there together. Dustin was Elowyn's primary caretaker. He and Elowyn were bonded. At her very first Christmas, Caitlyn flew home to Minnesota, leaving Dustin and their 1-year-old Elowyn behind. You will hear that Dustin's memory of that Christmas burns bright to this day. Dustin was feeling awful about the meager Christmas he could only provide for his daughter, but her pure joy that day shifted his whole mindset. He saw her big smile and her joy, and it was a pivotal moment in his life. He thought, this is my purpose, this is my life, Elowyn. From that moment, it was like a whole world had changed. Dustin's view on everything had changed. His entire life turned to Elowyn. The two were bonded. Eventually, Caitlyn became pregnant with their second child, Valen. She was born in Las Vegas in January of 2023. By July of 2023, Dustin and Caitlyn separated, and all four returned to Minnesota. Dustin moved back in with his parents. Caitlyn moved in with a friend. For several months, they tried co-parenting. After a few months of this arrangement, Dustin and Caitlyn came to a compromise in which they would both move to New Hampshire but live separately. They decided that Dustin would travel by car to New Hampshire first, taking Elowyn with him, and then Caitlyn would fly out later with 1-year-old Valen and leave her with Dustin. Caitlyn would then return to Minnesota for a few months to work and save some money, and then move to New Hampshire permanently in the early summer when she would have seasonal employment with her Aunt Brenda in Hampton. Dustin prepared for the trip to New Hampshire. He found an apartment in Berlin and showed Caitlyn photos of the apartment. Caitlyn gave Dustin a bunch of Elowyn and Valen's stuff to take with him. The day Dustin left, he picked Elowyn up from where Caitlyn lived, at her friend's house, and Caitlyn willingly handed over Elowyn. Caitlyn did not call the police, she did not report a kidnapping, she agreed to this plan. On their trip east, Dustin called and texted Caitlyn several times with updates. He sent pictures of Elowyn. After Dustin got to New Hampshire, he and Caitlyn had several arguments over the phone about money. Caitlyn wanted to claim both girls on their taxes and wanted Dustin to send her money. Caitlyn threatened to call the police and falsely claim that Dustin had kidnapped Elowyn and had taken her to New Hampshire without Caitlyn's permission. Dustin was worried that Caitlyn wouldn't bring Valen and that the girls would be separated. You will hear that when Caitlyn made this threat a few weeks before this incident, Dustin was alarmed. He called Caitlyn's mother. He called Caitlyn's father. He called the Berlin Police Department. He offered to let Caitlyn claim both girls on their taxes, paid for her plane ticket to New Hampshire, and sent her some money. 2 weeks later, Caitlyn and Valen did fly to Boston, as planned, on the 27th of February. Dustin knew when they would arrive in Boston, but no other details, because Caitlyn did not share those. He did not know how Caitlyn and Valen were getting to Berlin or when. He did not know if Caitlyn planned on staying in Berlin or where she would stay. He assumed she wanted to stay a couple days in Berlin to visit with Elowyn and offered for her to stay with him and the girls, but Caitlyn declined this invitation. Caitlyn had other plans. Secret plans she did not share with Dustin. You will hear about the plan that Caitlyn created with her Aunt Brenda. Brenda will tell you that she lives in Hampton. She spoke to Caitlyn about her visit to New Hampshire. She will tell you that Caitlyn and Valen flew into Boston and shuttled to Seabrook, where Brenda and her friend picked them up. Brenda will tell you that Caitlyn and Valen spent the night in Hampton, and while there, Brenda and Caitlyn came up with a plan to take the kids from Dustin.
Objection. Reapproach. Yep.
All right, so we're listening to the defense opening So we found out he was 18 when he went into the Marines. So if he's 38 now, that's 20 years ago. So 2005. We don't know. So I think we were saying he was an 11-year veteran. He was discharged. So 2005 he entered. 2005 enlists, if my math is correct. But wait a minute. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Enlists when he's 18. All right, now he's 38. Right? He's 38 years old now? Yeah. Now he's 38. All right, so that's easy math. So 20 years ago, 2005. So he was honorably discharged in 2011. So that's 6 years. So he spent 6 years. 2011. Someone in chat said that. I think Snowcat, right? Didn't you say that? I think Snowcat said that. Oh, and also with our Halloween stream, we're posting clues here, and it's going to be a little pumpkin icon and then clue number. So there's going to be one per day from each of our suspects, and then also we're posting them on all of our social media accounts, which is X, Facebook, Blue Sky, and we're also posting in our community chat on YouTube. So if you feel like you missed a clue, you can always go and check any of our other our social media accounts. I will also be recapping them throughout the day. I'll say what clues have been dropped. So don't worry if you missed one. You'll have opportunities to go and find. It's like an Easter egg hunt. We'll be spreading them across our different social media platforms, as well as our community page on YouTube, as well as posting them in here. So don't worry if you missed a clue. We want you to pay attention to the clues, but we also want you to pay attention to the trial. We don't want you, just, focusing just on the clues, because there are other places where you will be able to find them. So, looks like they're getting ready to come back.
While Caitlyn was visiting with her Aunt Brenda the night before she met Dustin, Brenda and Caitlyn came up with a plan to take the kids from Dustin. Brenda will tell you that she agreed to bring Caitlyn and Valen to meet up with Dustin and Elowen, drop them off, and wait a day or two for Caitlyn to call her for a ride back with both of the girls. Caitlyn would sneak the two kids out while Dustin was sleeping, and Brenda would pick them up and take Caitlyn and her kids to the airport to fly back to Minnesota. Caitlyn already had a return ticket to Minnesota, and Brenda was going to buy a ticket for Elowen. And Valen was young enough that she could sit on her mom's lap. You will hear that when Caitlyn texted Dustin that Brenda was driving her up, Dustin suggested they meet up at a spot halfway between Hampton and Berlin. And he found a restaurant in Ossipee. Dustin believed that Caitlyn and Brenda would have a meal with him and the girls, and then Caitlyn and Brenda would return to Hampton, while Dustin and the girls would head north to Berlin. The next day, Dustin and Elowen drove to Ossipee and got to the restaurant first, where they waited inside the restaurant, waiting for Caitlyn and Valen. When Caitlyn arrived, she called Dustin, asking him to come outside and help with Valen's things. Dustin and Elowen went outside to meet Caitlyn and Valen. Brenda was already gone. They put Valen's stuff in the car, and the four of them, Elowen, Valen, Dustin, and Caitlyn, went into the restaurant to eat. Dustin and Caitlyn did not have any real conversation. Dustin visited with Valen, Caitlyn with Elowen. Caitlyn started asking Elowen if she could come see Elowen's new house. Dustin was confused, since Caitlyn had said she did not want to stay with them. Caitlyn did not speak directly with Dustin, instead saying things to Elowen for Dustin to overhear. Dustin agreed that Caitlyn could spend a night. And so after dinner, all four of them got into Dustin's car, drove back to Berlin. Caitlyn sat in the back seat with the girls. That night, Dustin slept in his bed with Valen, and Caitlyn and Elowen slept on an air mattress between the bedroom and the living room. The next day, they all went to the Berlin Library for children's story time and arts and crafts. They came home and had lunch. Caitlyn spent the afternoon playing with the girls and not speaking to Dustin. Dustin tried to ask Caitlyn what her plan was when she was leaving, but Caitlyn would not answer him. Dustin continued to ask, and Caitlyn continued to ignore her all afternoon. Caitlyn played with Elowen and Valen in Elowen's bedroom, and every so often, Dustin would go to the doorway of the room and ask Caitlyn when and how she was leaving. Caitlyn did not respond. At one point, she picked up her phone and started using it. Dustin didn't know if Caitlyn was messaging someone. Her silence was telling. Dustin was suspicious. Caitlyn's behavior concerned him. Something was off. Eventually, once it started to get dark, Dustin told Caitlyn that since she wasn't responding, he was going to drive her all the way back to Hampton. And he told Caitlyn it was time to leave. Dustin was stressed because it was a long drive, and by the time he dropped Caitlyn off in Hampton and then drove all the way back to Berlin with the girls would have been up all night. Caitlyn sat down on the couch. Dustin put Valen in a car seat and sat on the hallway floor. He went back into the living room and saw Caitlyn go over and pick up Elowen, return to the couch, and set Elowen on her lap. Elowen straddled Caitlyn's knee. Dustin told Caitlyn, "Come on, we're leaving," and tried to take Elowen to get her ready to go. Caitlyn tugged Elowen tightly and pulled her back, wrapping her arms around Dustin's daughter in a bear hug. Dustin let go and asked Caitlyn to let go of Elowen, and Caitlyn said no. Dustin kept asking Caitlyn to let go of Elowen and get ready to leave. Caitlyn started demanding Dustin pay child support, give her $2,000 per month. Caitlyn told Dustin she was going to take Elowen and Valen back to Minnesota and Dustin would never see them again. Caitlyn again threatened Dustin that she would call the cops and tell them Dustin had taken Elowen without permission. Caitlyn was still holding on to Elowen, her arms wrapped tightly around Elowen, restraining her. Caitlyn told Dustin again that he would never see his kids. Dustin felt like Caitlyn was holding Elowen hostage. He was seeing his daughter held hostage in front of his eyes. He kept begging Caitlyn to let go of Elowen and to just get ready to leave. Caitlyn refused and kept saying she was taking the kids and he would never see them again. At this point, Valen was crying. Elowen was upset and crying. The situation was overwhelming. Dustin tried again to free Elowen, but Caitlyn yanked her away again. Dustin didn't want to force anything, so he just let Elowen go. He tried again to persuade Caitlyn to let go of Elowen, and she refused. She continued to threaten Dustin. Dustin didn't know who Caitlyn had been messaging on her phone, whether there was someone outside waiting. He was suspicious. He was concerned. He was fearful. Dustin could see his gun on the desk in the living room in close proximity to Caitlyn. Dustin knew that Caitlyn knew how to use the gun. He himself taught her how to handle and shoot a gun. He couldn't take his eyes off Caitlyn and Elowen while Caitlyn was holding Elowen hostage right next to a firearm. Dustin tried one more time to take Elowen. He tried to hold one of Caitlyn's wrists while wrapping his arm behind Elowen so that he could free Elowen from Caitlyn's bear hug. Caitlyn did not let go and instead got more aggressive. She braced her foot against the living room table and pulled back hard. Elowen screamed, a piercing cry like she was in pain. Immediately, everything felt extremely dire to Dustin, like Elowen was in immediate danger. Hearing Elowen scream was like a tick. The only thing he was thinking was that he had to save Elowen. In an autonomous motion, like he had been trained by the military, he grabbed his gun. He had no thoughts in his head other than he needed to save Elowen. He acted instinctually, automatically, and reflexively. In less than 3 seconds, he grabbed the gun, pulled Elowen out of the way, and eliminated the threat, shooting Caitlyn in the head. Elowen was safe in Dustin's arms. He is a Marine. He acts like a Marine. He did what a Marine is trained to do. Dustin saved Elowen. Dustin took the girls and left the apartment in his Subaru. He needed to make sure the girls were okay and to get out of that apartment. He didn't want Elowen to see anything. After driving south for about 2 hours, he stopped for gas in Concord. He called his mom and told her he shot Caitlyn. He asked for his dad to call the police. He also sent them a video of the girls in the car at that moment to show them the girls were safe. He said he was going to spend a few more hours with the girls before he turned himself in. And that's what he did. He spent a few more hours driving with, talking with the girls, making sure they were okay, making sure they knew he loved them, before turning around and driving back to New Hampshire. He planned to get breakfast with the girls before he turned himself in, but the police located him before he was able to do so. And you will see Dustin's arrest on video. You will see how he complied with the police commands, how he warned the police there were kids in the car, how he warned them there was a gun in the driver's side door, and he then gave a lengthy interview to the police. The state will probably show you Dustin's interview and what he told them after his arrest. This is a case about broken promises, secret plans, and a father's unyielding love. It's about a Marine reacting to a threat toward his beloved daughter, a horrific tragedy, but not a criminal offense. Dustin is not guilty. At the end of the evidence, the judge will instruct you on the law, and he may explain to you that what the law allows when defending others. He may instruct you that a person is justified in using deadly force against another when he reasonably believes that such person is committing or about to commit a kidnapping, is likely to use any unlawful force against a person present while committing or attempting to commit a burglary, or is likely to use any unlawful force in the commission of a felony against the actor within his own dwelling or home. When he shot Caitlyn, Dustin reasonably believed that Caitlyn was about to kidnap Elowen and that Caitlyn was using unlawful force to commit a crime. She was holding Elowen hostage in front of him, threatening that she would take his kids to Minnesota and he would never see them again. Caitlyn would rather hurt Elowen than let her go. And when Caitlyn hurt Elowen, Dustin acted to save her. Dustin's entire life purpose was to be a good father for Elowen and Balin, and he did what he believed was necessary to protect Elowen. The judge may instruct you. You cannot convict Dustin unless the state proves to you not only that Dustin killed Caitlyn, but that he did so without justification. You must find Dustin not guilty unless you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that Dustin did not act to defend his daughter and prevent a kidnapping. The state will not meet its burden. Dustin was justified under the law. He acted to protect his daughter. After hearing all the evidence, we are confident you will find him not guilty.
Okay, thank you. All right, members of the jury, as I said, we typically take a mid-morning break and a lunch break and a mid-afternoon break. Before we start with the first witness, I think it's appropriate right now to take a mid-morning break. I'm going to instruct you on several matters right now before we take our first break. First of all, as you heard me say before, you are not allowed to discuss any aspect of the case or any aspect of the evidence amongst yourselves until we get to the conclusion of the trial, until we finally get to deliberations. So it's extremely important that you not do that, and I instruct you not to do that. Further, I instruct you that if you do hear of anybody among your jurors, that if you overhear two jurors talking about the case, I instruct you to please tell one of the court security officers about that. That's something very important that you not do. Talk about it. So if one of you does hear two others talking about it, that needs to be informed to a bailiff as well. And as you can see, there is some members of the media here. As I said to you last time during jury selection, I'm advising you to pay no attention to any news reports whatsoever with respect to any aspect of the trial. And I also, because of modern social media, I'm further instructing you not to communicate with anyone about anything that's happening during the course of the trial. You'll hear me make these instructions to you many times over the course of the trial, but it's my duty just to do so. I have no doubt that you will follow my instructions. So again, please do not discuss the case, and we'll get started in about 10 or 15 minutes. It's 10:33, so we'll try to get started right at by 10:50. And so with that, we'll take our first break. Okay? Thank you. Okay, thank you. Court will be in recess.
All right, they're taking their first break. Kind of want to hear what they're saying and not do a recap. All right, doesn't seem like there's going to be much happening. All right, so we heard opening statements on both sides, and so the defense is going with the PTSD because he was a Marine. He was trained in firearms. He was top of his class in boot camp. He trained. He was so good that he ended up coaching and training other Marines. So he saw this as a threat. I want to hear from Brenda, the Auntie Brenda. Let's hear from her because she apparently is part of this plan to take the kids. So Dustin's going to go to sleep. Caitlyn's going to take the kids while he's sleeping, and then she's going to head back to Minnesota. Okay. All right. So yeah, they're gonna use the PTSD angle. He saw this as a threat. Caitlyn's got Elwyn. She won't let go. He's like, hey, get out of my house, leave, I'm going to keep the kids. She's threatening him, saying, hey, I'm going to call the police. Again, this is all going to be a he said, and we don't know what she said because she's no longer with us. So he's saying that she demanded $2,000 a month child support. Will he be able to back this up? Did he have any recordings of this? Was there any paperwork? Was there any notes, any text messages? So the defense is saying a lot, but right now I can't side with him. I can't side with him. I just don't see right now. Unless we see proof, unless we see evidence that Caitlyn was threatening him, saying all these things. I don't know. This is going to be a hard. It's going to be a hard hurdle, a hard mountain to climb for the defense to show that just because he got angry because Caitlyn wasn't doing what he wanted, now he's getting angry and he's gonna shoot her because he's not getting his way, basically. Instead of calling 911 and saying, hey, this is what's going on, he could have very easily done that. So Deviant, I think he said 10:50, so like another 10 minutes, maybe about a 10-minute break. I think it's about a 10-minute break or so. Let's see. Daisy, nobody gets to demand $2,000 a month in child support. That has to go through the system. All right. Amy P, yep. I'll keep an open mind, but he has a lot to prove. Sure Life, yes, I agree. Did he pay $2,000 at any time, Sharon asks. He said that he did send money. Well, she said. His lawyer said that he did send some money. Let me see if I can find that. Pretty sure that they said, oh yeah, Caitlyn wanted to claim the girls on his taxes. He did send her money. We don't know how much. So they're saying that he did. So Caitlyn is in Minnesota. She wants to claim the girls on her taxes. She was supposed to come to New Hampshire. They were going to co-parent. So they were broken up. They were going to be co-parenting, and she says, "I want to claim the girls on taxes." So yeah, I don't know how much. I need to see more. Right, we need to see more. Green-eyed cat dropping her first clue. My memory isn't the best after my accident at SFF. Clue number one, you guys. Clue number one. If you're playing along in our Halloween extravaganza, the case of the Black Mask, our courthouse of horror. Clue number one has been dropped by Green-eyed cat. My memory isn't the best after my accident at SFF. So jot these clues down. There's going to be one clue per suspect per day. So there's 6 suspects. There's going to be 6 clues per day. So jot these down either in a notebook, on text message, in your phone, however you need to do it, on the wall. But jot down all the clues. So there's going to be 60 clues. 6 clues per day times 10. We got two weeks, this week and next week. So there's going to be 60 clues. So clue number one by Green-eyed cat. We're also going to be posting these on our social media accounts, and in our community. Not all of them, though, because we don't want, like, if you're not watching and you just go to our community page, you can see all the clues. So we're going to show some clues on social media, and all of the clues will be here during the live trial. But we also want you guys to not be discussing the clues while the trial is going on. So it's going to be like you are the jury. So you have to just collect the clues for now. Don't discuss them among yourselves, because we want you to focus on the live trial, obviously. So just collect the clues, and then come Halloween, you'll be able to discuss them all you want. All right. How many clues have been dropped so far? I think just 2. Yes, you are under the admonishment. Just pretend that you're jurors. You're listening to the clues being delivered. Just pretend that you're jurors, and you cannot discuss until Halloween. But yeah, let's just collect all the clues for now. Collect all the clues for now. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves. Just collect all the clues, and then as we progress, maybe next Friday, which is Halloween, because I don't want us to not focus on the live trial either. I want us to focus on these trials too. So just collect the clues as we go along, and then no deliberating until Halloween. Yep, no deliberating until Halloween. Mary, you don't do math? Yes, Psychosaurus Rex dropped a clue. So I'll recap 3 out of the 6 clues at the end of the day, and then Aaron will post the other 3 clues on social media on our YouTube community page. She's also posting them on social media. So it's like a treasure hunt. Just think back when you were a kid. It's like a treasure hunt. It's like Easter eggs. It's like you're finding Easter eggs. Look at it. Think of it like that. You're finding Easter eggs. You got to search in all these places, and you got to watch live trial for all the clues. All the clues will be here in live trial, but then we'll be sprinkling them throughout. We'll be sprinkling them throughout our social media, on our Facebook, X, Blue Sky, and our YouTube community page, as well as I'll be putting them in our recaps. So, G. Stewie, there will be 6 clues. There's 6 suspects. All right, 6 suspects, 6 clues per day. So for a total of 60 clues. You're not seeing that clue on Facebook? All right, well, we have to sort that out. This is a work in progress, you guys. So this is a work in progress. So just allow us to sort out the first day or two. It's probably going to be a little bumpy, but just give us a day or two to kind of sort it all out. This is what we're thinking. This is the first time we've done this. So there's going to be bumps. So just bear with us. Just bear with us as we sort out how this is going to work. But that's the plan, and we'll get it sorted out for you guys. But as much as we want you guys to play the game of the Courthouse of Horror, we also want you to focus on the trial. So we don't want chat to be so focused on the Halloween case of the Black Mask that we forget about the trial. And we don't want you guys discussing amongst yourselves just yet. Just keep it under wraps, collect the clues, don't talk amongst yourselves, because that's going to make it unfair, because if you guys are in chat or are discussing it, and then somebody outside hasn't seen it yet or hasn't seen a clue. So let's just collect the clues for now. It's like an Easter egg hunt. Collect the clues for now, and on Halloween you guys will be able to talk all about it. Yes, the bumps are part of the fun. Exactly. Yep. Oh, don't step on my cat just stepped on my keyboard. Kittens still don't know to not step on the keyboard. All right, mathematical treasure hunt. We're identifying the clues for you guys. We're making sure that's clue 1, clue 2, clue 3, clue 4, so that versus just here's a clue and we're just throwing it out there. You won't know. Wait a minute, I've seen this clue before. So if we number the clues, at least now you'll see. Oh, clue number 3 from Sarah Boone. I understand. I've got that one, so to speak. So we're sorting it out. So that's part of as Joanne says, that's part of the fun. It's part of the fun of just trying to figure this out. Figure this out with us. So the first one is always the bumpy one, and then from here on out we'll get it sorted out. Psychosaurus, kittens just know you're playing with it. They want in on the action, yes. Deviant, tape the clues to your kitties, right? Kathy, he seems tightly wound. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they wouldn't like the tape. No, they would not like the tape. That is for sure. Lily Wayne, we will be multitasking, chat and trial. Right, you guys are already you're already listening to the trial and chatting. Northwest, spoiler, it was the butler in the library with the candlestick. Exactly. See, now you guys are getting into the spirit. All right, Tosh, they're not going to answer your questions. You can ask, but you have to wait. You guys will find out over the course of time. Just let it percolate, let it marinate, let it cook. We just made the batter. Let's take a baking analogy. We literally just made the batter, and we're forming cookies right now. So you have to just let it take time, let it develop over time. Eventually over time with the clues, you guys, and then with the cross-examination and the direct examination, you guys will be able to find out what SFF is. Let's see. Michael, good morning to you. Richard is asking, how is Riker? Riker is, I think, like 100% back. She was climbing on the back of the chair, jumping off. She was playing with the springs, one of those toys. We have these plastic springs that you guys sent us. Oh, speaking of, I totally forgot. Yes. All right. Jennifer, let's see. Who was it? Let's see. Green-Eyed Cat sent us food. Thank you for sending us food, Green-Eyed Cat. Shelty Mom also sent us food. Greatly appreciated. Thank you guys so much for that. Let's see. We got Iowa Backyard also sent us food. You guys have no idea how much food means to us. Thank you so much. Richard in the Kitchen sent us this little mouse. Richard, I owe you a video because we sent it. We let it go yesterday afternoon before the stream, and then I was playing with them this morning, and they love that mouse. They were like chasing that mouse all over. So I owe you a video of that. And then let's see. Oh, we also got a white bed from Psychosaurus Rex. Thank you for that. And so we really appreciate everybody sending us the food and the treats and the toys. The kittens love it. Riker's doing so much better. I think she's pretty much back to normal. All right. Lacey, how do I find the clues? We're dropping them in the chat, the live chat here, where it's a pumpkin icon emoji, and then it says clue 1 from the participant, from the suspect. We're also posting them on our social media accounts, so Facebook, X, Blue Sky, and Aaron's putting them in our YouTube community page. I will be saying some of them here as well at the end of the day. So it's like think of it as a Easter egg hunt, a treasure hunt. You have to find these clues. These little Easter eggs are going to be scattered throughout. If you watch our stream the entire day, you'll be able to see them all. But if you miss them, then you can find them scattered throughout our social media. Thank you, Aussie. Yes, for those that asked and you want to help support Polly and the little kittens, any and all, food for sure, litter for sure. They have a lot of toys. They have a ton of toys, but food and litter is always very, very greatly appreciated. So if you feel that you want to do that, there is the Amazon list. So thank you, guys. Tosh, can we drop this Facebook link? Sure. It's in the description, right? Oh, wait. Oh, it's already, Aaron posted it. Wait, where? Oh, Linktree. Okay. So the suspects are talking. The clues are dropping. Stay in the loop. All things Trial TV Live. So there's our Linktree. It's also in the description. Here's our social. So if you go to a link tree, you'll see it all. But I'm also going to drop it here. This is it's in our description, you guys. But then it's also here. So you could go to the link tree. There's X. So we're on TikTok as well. I don't know if the clues are dropping there. I know it's on Facebook, Twitter, or X. Facebook, X, Blue Sky, and then our community page. But it's in our description if that doesn't make sense, that big blop that I just posted there. That's pretty bad. But anyway, yeah, it's in our description. Just scroll down to the bottom. We are social. You'll see it there right above the disclaimer. And then Facebook, Trial TV Live, that kind of stuff. All right, Deviant, have a good night. Thank you for joining us. Hope you have a good night's sleep. Denny Dawn, we are playing a game that's going to culminate on Halloween night. We've played the video a couple times. I'll play it again at lunch break, but if you go back to the beginning of this stream, you'll see the video of Halloween. We have 6 suspects that you have to figure out who took out Judge Beverly Cannoni. And on Halloween night, it's going to culminate on Halloween night where we're going to put those suspects on the stand, and you will be able to ask them questions.
Certainly. Yeah, absolutely.
Also, Denny Dawn, the video is on our YouTube page. It's on our YouTube page. Plus, Aaron's been dropping it in the bot here. Say if you want to play the Halloween game. So here's the Facebook. Okay, there's the Facebook. There's our Facebook link. Joyce, can you be a bailiff? Yep, Richard, we're sorting it out. This is the first time we're doing this, so just give us a moment. We're just trying to sort it out. We're trying to bring a live trial to you as well as run this game on the back. So just give us time. By the end of the day, the clues will be there. So by the end of the day, we'll make sure that we have clues scattered throughout. So if you don't see it right now, just hang in there. By the end of the day, we will be posting them. Yeah, real happy. That's why we're doing it on X and Blue Sky, and then our community page as well. So I know a lot of people don't do certain social media platforms, so that's why we're spreading it out. Yes, Willow Johnson. Judge Bev Cannoni is from the Karen Reed. We tried to pick people that you guys would know: Sarah Boone, Donna Adelson, Kevin Smith. So we wanted to pick characters that you guys knew.
Degree angle towards the jury box, which has been provided by the state. There's also a smaller monitor which is directed towards the gallery. There's also a monitor on defense counsel table and also a monitor at the judge's bench up here. So a total of 4 monitors that have been outlaid around the courtroom. I've indicated to defense counsel that if at any point that their monitor ceases to work, to let me know immediately, and we will adjust as necessary with respect to that matter. And I will try to keep my eye out open for it, but in case anything does change, in case the layout does change during the course of the trial, please let me know, just so that I can adequately reflect for purposes of the record the layout of the courtroom. Any comments in response to my comments, counsel?
No, Your Honor. No, if we just have 1 second to iron out this
certainly
tech issue here.
Sometimes it just gets angry. Got it. It's on your laser.
for the desktop.
Keyboard is different than things like images.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll get one out of you. No, I'm good. Thank you. I'm good. Bro, I'm good.
It's there, but you can't
Try 9? Thank you. Or throw it on 9?
It changed. Got it? Okay.
All set.
All set? Okay.
All rise for the honorable jury. Forest County Superior Court is again in session. The Honorable Jonathan S. Frizzell presiding.
Good morning, thank you. Please be seated.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Sergeant Eric Benjamin. Would you like me to swear witness?
Please.
Sir, could you raise your hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Thank you. Sir, could you please introduce yourself and spell your last name for the jury?
Absolutely. My name is Eric Benjamin, Ericbenjamin.
And sir, where do you work?
I work for the Berlin Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked there about 10 years now.
What is your current rank with the Berlin PD?
I'm a detective sergeant.
In addition to your regular duties as a detective sergeant, are you also a member of something called the Emergency Response Team?
I am.
Could you please tell the jury what is the Emergency Response Team?
The Emergency Response Team is a group of officers who respond to high-risk situations which require additional training, equipment, and tactics to handle the situation appropriately.
And Detective Sergeant, would it be fair to say the emergency response team that you're part of handles incidents like the one you described in the Berlin area and surrounding areas up kind of in the northern part of the state?
Yes.
Do you have any role within the emergency response team?
I do.
What is that?
I am the team leader.
Detective Sergeant, on February 29th of 2024,
Well, we just froze there. That's not us. That's on them. They're having some issues there in the court. That stinks. Seems like somebody kicked a cord. Somebody unplugged something. Well, you guys will get to see his eyes. You guys will get to see his eyes. Seems like somebody... So frozen, at least he got frozen in a nice way. Yeah, fine with it being frozen. At least he got frozen in the right way. Who kicked the cord? At least he wasn't like, even worse. Wow. Okay. Yeah, this is what we get with live trials. I mean, this is the court feed, so we're not the only ones that are down. We're not the only ones that are down. Let me see here. Why is everybody else on? Why are we down? Hold on a sec. What's going on here? Okay. Let me go over here. Give me a second. All right. Hold on, guys. I got you. Just give me a second. Give me a second. Thank God there's multiple feeds.
States Exhibits 1, 2.
All right, hold on. But this one doesn't have closed captioning. Unfortunately, this one doesn't have closed captioning. So hold on, let me rewind it. Let's rewind it. Okay.
Sir, can you raise your hand? You swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth on the things and final days of perjury? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. Sir, can you please introduce yourself and spell your last name? Sure.
Absolutely. My name is Eric Benjamin, Ericbenjamin.
Sir, where do you work?
I work for the Berlin Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked there about 10 years now.
What is your current rank with the Berlin PD?
I'm a detective sergeant.
In addition to your regular duties as a detective sergeant, are you also a member of something called the Emergency Response Team?
I am.
Can you please tell the jury what is the Emergency Response Team?
The emergency response team is a group of officers who respond to high-risk situations which require additional training, equipment, and tactics to handle the situation appropriately.
And Detective Sergeant, would it be fair to say the emergency response team that you're part of handles incidents like the one you described in the Berlin area and surrounding areas up kind of in the northern part of the state?
Yes.
Do you have any role within the emergency response team?
I do.
What is that?
I am the team leader.
Detective Sergeant, on February 29th, 2024, were you on duty as a police officer that day?
I was not.
Nevertheless, did you receive some information related to an activation of the emergency response team that day?
I did.
What time?
I received the first call around 11 p.m.
Is that standard that even if you're not on shift as a police officer that you can be called for emergency response team issues?
Yes.
Who was that phone call from?
That was from Sergeant Dennis Gale.
And what information did you receive?
The initial information I received was that there was a situation at a residence in Berlin in which the information known at that time was there was a male that had contacted his father stating that he had just killed his girlfriend.
Did that information include anything about children?
It did. There were 2 children that were allegedly with the male at the time, and their whereabouts were unknown.
As a result of receiving that information, what did you do?
Our team was activated as part of my role as the team leader. I spoke directly with our commander of the team, and we activated to the Berlin Police Department, where we set up an an immediate action team.
When you got to the Berlin PD and set up an action team, what did you do?
We responded to a separate location near the residence where we met other personnel from the team.
When you did that, were you dressed in your normal police uniform?
I was not.
What were you wearing?
Due to the nature of the call and as well as the emergency response team's roles, we were wearing body armor, helmets, rifles, the appropriate response for that type of call.
Is that standard for emergency response team operations?
It is.
Did you, so you mentioned that you went to a location near the apartment that was involved, is that right?
Correct.
How did you get there?
We assembled in the Bearcat.
Just generally, can you tell the jury, what is a Bearcat?
The Bearcat is a piece of armored vehicle that we respond with our team in.
So what particular location were you focused on? What it's called?
The residence we were focused on was 1063 Main Street in Berlin.
And did you get the name of the male involved who you mentioned that had called his father?
I did.
What was the name you got?
Dustin Duren.
How many members did you gather for your team?
Initially, there were 4 of us and a medic.
So you mentioned you went to the area nearby 1063 Main Street in Berlin?
Yes.
Could you describe that area of Berlin where 1063 Main Street is?
It's right along Main Street. It's a residential area, multiple houses, a couple businesses near there, as well as a community park.
This time I move to introduce States Exhibits 1, 2, 3A, 3B, 3C by agreement. You can straight ahead.
Okay. The ID may be stricter than each shall be considered full exhibits.
Thank you, Sergeant. Can we see the screen over there?
Yes.
You need to get up and move this. Okay. So we're talking about 1063 Main Street. What do you see here?
No, I'm not just a leader.
So this is States Exhibit 1. Please tell us what you see there.
That's an overview of the city.
And that's the city of Berlin, New Hampshire.
Yeah.
See down in the lower right corner, you see a marking for 1063?
I do.
And is that an accurate representation of where 1063 Main Street is?
Yes.
And then you see some other markings there for the City Hall and the library. Are those accurate as well?
Yes.
Are those generally in the downtown area in the center of the photo?
Yes.
And if you want to approach the screen, I believe you can do that. And then up in the left, you see a red circle with a white cane. Can you point that out to the jury?
Yes, right here.
Yeah. What is at that location?
That's a Circle K gas station.
And is there a bus stop at the Circle K gas station?
Yes, there is.
And what sort of buses service that bus station?
That's the Concord Railways.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll keep you up here so I'll be showing up and down. We're showing you State's Exhibit 2. What is this?
That's a closer view near 1063 Main Street.
So that's Main Street in Berlin, and then that's 1063 where the red box is coming out?
Correct.
How many lanes of travel on Main Street?
2.
Yeah. And is that, you describe the park on the other side, is that what you can see at the bottom of this photo?
Yes, the Heritage Park.
That last photo. What do you see there?
That's 1063 Main Street where we responded.
Right. So we'll do all of this while we have you up here. Is 1063 Main Street a multi-family home?
It is.
That's multiple apartments within that one structure?
Yes.
Is there a garage?
Yes.
All right. Can you see any of it in this photo?
Yes, you got right in the rear.
Right. And is there a driveway?
Yes.
What side of the house is the driveway on?
The left side.
So go back here. You point out which side of the house the driveway is on?
Yes, right here, the left side.
Okay. Now back on Exhibit 3, is that the garage you can see down at the other end of that driveway on the left side?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit 3B. Is this showing the driveway in that garage?
Yes, it is.
So how many bays in that garage?
3.
It's a separate structure from the house, right?
Correct.
Does the garage have an attic?
It does.
Where's the door to the garage?
All the way to the right side, you can see it over this photo.
Last one, State's Exhibit 3C. What are we looking at here?
That's the rear of 1063 Main Street, main entrance point.
So that white door in the middle there, is that the main entrance point from the parking lot?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Detective, you can get the witness stand. Detective, you mentioned that you received a phone call, went to Berlin PD, and then staged at a location near 1063 Main Street. Did you eventually go to 1063 Main Street?
Yes, I did.
And did you go there in that Bearcat that you described?
We did.
When you got there, where did you park?
We parked right in that rear parking space right in front of the 3-bay garage.
What did you do at that point after you arrived?
So my role as a team leader is to convey basically what's going on the ground to the commander who makes the decisions as far as what we do next. At that point, we weren't sure whether or not Mr. Duren's vehicle was still in one of those 3-bay garages. If they may be inside a residence, we didn't really know. At that point, upon arrival, we decided to clear the 3-bay garage as there was a dormer up above that also posed a risk to our officers outside on the perimeter as well. So we made the decision to clear that garage first.
Before we talk about the garage, was there snow on the ground at that point?
There was.
And could you see any tracks in the snow when you arrived?
There were tracks going to the one garage bay, in particular more than others.
Detective Sergeant, when you say you cleared the garage, what do you mean?
We entered into the garage to make sure that there was nobody inside.
And we were also looking for the vehicle.
Yes.
Remember what kind of vehicle you were looking for?
I believe it was a small sedan.
Did you clear the garage?
We did.
Did you find anyone or anything in there?
No.
Was the defendant's vehicle, was the vehicle you were looking for in there?
No, it was not.
What did you do next after clearing the garage?
Based on the circumstances, we decided to make entry into the residence.
How did you go into the residence?
We went in through that white door you see on the rear of the building.
Was that door locked?
That was not locked.
When you got in through that door, what did you encounter?
There was a set of stairs that we later found to reach the other apartments in that building, as well as a door which we later found reached the basement, which is a common area. And then there was another door straight ahead as we entered into this door here. And that was the main entrance pointing to Mr. Duren's apartment.
Is that door apartment locked?
Yes, it was.
How were you able to open it?
We utilized a ram to get through that door.
So if you could paint a picture, how many officers were with you at this time when you're entering into this apartment?
We had 4 of us on the immediate action team.
Where were you relative to those other 3?
So as a team leader, I'm usually in the back, we call the stacks, the back of the group. So that's where I was. I was number 4 in that group.
After that door was breached, did the group go into that ground floor apartment?
Yes.
What did you see when you got in?
The apartment was completely black. So it took us a moment to get through the initial entryway until we later just briefly found the light switches that we turned on while we were in there.
So the door was locked and the lights were off and you went in. What did you and your teammates do?
We began clearing. There were initial rooms to the left and right, which we cleared to make sure there was nobody inside. And then we continued going straight into what we'd later find to be like kitchen area.
And can you tell us what you saw when you got to the kitchen area?
So the kitchen area opened up into 2 rooms, one to the left, one to the right. And at that point, we had multiple officers begin to go left and right from that kitchen area.
What happened next?
Deputy Green was the first person in front of me to the right. I was holding the room to the left with Sergeant Gale. We were able to start to make entry into the right room off the kitchen. And at that point, Deputy Green announced that there was a female victim on the couch with an apparent gunshot wound to the head.
What room was Deputy Green in?
That would be the living room.
Well, after hearing that from him, that he found a female with a gunshot wound to the head, what did you do?
We continued clearing the rest of the apartment to make sure that Mr. Duren and the children were not in there.
Did you find anyone else in the apartment?
No.
Did you go to the living room?
I did.
Can you tell us what you saw?
Again, we did an initial search of the apartment. I went to the female. I checked her to make sure she was in fact deceased. And while I was there, I noted several things. Her body was very cold. The appearance of her skin indicated to me, based on training and experience, that she had been there a while. I also noted a single shell casing to the right of the couch in the living room.
You mentioned an apparent gunshot wound. Where did you see that apparent gunshot wound?
The gunshot was to the side of her head.
Where was that female sitting, or position, I should say?
As I was facing the couch from the front, she was all the way to the right side.
So was she sitting or lying down?
She was kind of slumped over.
Where were her feet?
They were positioned in front of her.
Were any of her feet on top of it?
I don't believe so.
After observing, you mentioned observing a shell casing. Where did you see that?
I was directly to the right of the couch, right on the floor.
After seeing that female there and that shell casing, what did you do?
So based on the type of scene that we knew we had at that point, it was our job to maintain custody of the scene, to maintain the integrity of the investigation that we knew was forthcoming. So I made sure that there was an officer that stayed with the female victim while the rest of our team had to continue on to make sure that the other residents, if any, in the apartment were safe and secure, and that there wasn't a possibility Mr. Duren was anywhere else within that building.
What was the purpose of stationing an officer in that living room?
These type of investigations require us to maintain the integrity, and that means that nobody touches the body, nobody moves anything from the scene, and everyone's responsible for their own actions. So we post an officer with the body to make sure that all those are accounted for, all those things happen.
Other than checking for a pulse, did you or any other officers with you touch that body?
No.
Did you or any of those officers touch that shell case?
No.
Did you and other officers then proceed to the rest of the building to clear it?
We did.
And what did you find as you did that?
There were multiple apartments within that structure that were empty. And we did note one resident on the top floor that we evacuated from the building.
Anyone in the second floor apartment?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you check the basement for people as well?
Yes.
Did you find anyone in the basement?
No.
Once that whole building was searched, what happened next?
I made sure I was the last one out, and I taped over the entry exit of that building. Notified dispatch that I was the last one out. I made sure I posted officers at locations around the residence that would maintain the custody of that building to make sure that nobody went in or out. And we would start a scene log at that point to make sure that anyone that did arrive on scene was logging in.
Was there a police tape put around the building as well?
There was.
Sergeant, you mentioned that the door into the apartment was locked. Can you tell us, is that locked with the knob or with the deadbolt?
I'm sorry, the first entry door or the door to the apartment?
Door to the apartment.
Yes, that had a deadbolt on it.
The deadbolt was locked?
Yes.
What further questions?
Morning, Sergeant. One question. The Berlin Police Department's phone number 603-752-3131.
Yes.
And if you were to Google that, that number would pop up.
I think so.
No more questions. Thank you.
Okay, can Detective Sergeant Benjamin step down?
Thank you, Your Honor.
May you step down? Okay, thank you.
All right, I think I'm going to go back to the other feed because, hold on. Yeah, I want to go back to the other feed because it has closed captioning. I just like that. Plus, I think the sound's a little bit better. So just give me a second here.
Was why?
Yeah, the sound is just better. All right. Give me a second.
Indulgence, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Mark Duren. Mr. Duren, if you could remain standing and please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth under pains and penalties of perjury today?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Sir, could you please state your name for the record?
Mark Philip Duren.
Mr. Duren, where do you currently live?
In Pine City, Minnesota.
And for how long have you resided there?
About 4 years now.
Okay. How long have you lived in Minnesota?
Well, off and on most of my life.
What do you do for a living?
I'm retired.
And what did you do prior to retiring?
I was a deputy sheriff with Anoka County in Minnesota.
Okay. The Anoka County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
Are you married?
Yes.
To whom are you married?
Deborah Duren.
And how many children do you have together?
We have 2 together.
Okay, and you have one additional child?
I do.
Okay. Do you know the defendant seated to my right, my right at trial table?
I certainly do.
Who is that?
It's my son, Dustin Duren.
In terms of your children, is Dustin your oldest child, your middle child?
Middle child.
In February of 2024, where was Mr. Duren, the defendant, living?
In Berlin, New Hampshire.
Is it fair to say that, or I'm sorry, do you know how long he'd been living in Berlin, New Hampshire?
Approximately a month.
He'd moved there, in fact, in January of 2024?
Yes.
And prior to his moving to New Hampshire to live in Berlin, New Hampshire, did he reside with you in Minnesota?
He did.
Had you, through the course of having Mr. Duren live with you and being your son, met his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, Caitlyn Naffziger?
Yes.
And this may sound like a silly question, but you have in fact met his children, is that correct?
Very much, yes.
Can you please identify the 2 children that that Mr. Duren had with Ms. Naffziger?
Elwyn and Valen.
In February of 2024, how old was Elwyn?
4.
And how old was Valen?
1.
Is it true that at this time you are currently sharing custody of Elwyn and Valen with Ms. Naffziger's family?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
Sure.
Mr. Duren, I'm going to show you what is marked for evidence for identification as State's Exhibit 4 with respect to this case. I'll ask you to take a look at this. Do you recognize what you're looking at?
Yes.
What is it?
Caitlyn and Elwyn.
Does this fairly and accurately show both of them in this image?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the State requests the State's 4 be admitted into evidence.
No objection. The ID may be stricken and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
Now, Mr. Duren, in February of 2024, specifically on February 29th of 2024, did you make a call to the Berlin Police Department?
I did.
Can you explain to us why?
Dustin had called my wife, and she had informed me.
Based on a conversation you had with your wife, you called the Berlin Police Department?
Yes.
What did you tell the Berlin Police Department?
That I'd received information that Caitlyn had been shot.
Okay. Did you tell the Berlin Police Department why Caitlyn had been shot?
Yes.
Objection, can we approach her?
Yep.
So Dad now is up on the stand. Well, we heard from Detective Sergeant Eric Benjamin. He is the emergency response team leader. He was the leader of that found Caitlyn, but it was actually Deputy Green that found. Oh, that's an interesting shot. The 2 of them. Aw. Well, your son did something bad there. So anyway, Deputy Green actually saw and found Caitlyn with one right in the head, I guess. We're not quite sure where. Oh, I think to the left side. But now Mark Duren, who is the father to Dustin, he's a retired deputy sheriff. His wife is Deborah. They have 2 kids together. He has a child outside. Dustin is the middle child. Of course, he knows Caitlyn and his grandchildren. He called Berlin Police Department on February 29th because his wife got a call from Dustin saying Caitlyn had been shot. Yeah, Sarah, he looked over to his son. Well, it's one action. It just destroys everything, everybody. Nomad, was he smiling? It seemed like he was. Yeah, gave his son like a, I don't think that was like, hey, son. No, it was more like, So, hola, let's see. So, right, interesting picture. Wait, what's the picture? What's interesting? Clue me in, give me some context. Sparkling Princess, I think he was trying not to cry. I know, right? Mallory, poor dad, right? I mean, what do you do? Like you want to believe your son, you want to love your son, but then you're like, ugh, yeah, I don't know. This is tough. Missy, yeah, I smile at times, trying to hold in your emotions. Sure. I mean, he's surely a sad situation. I mean, he loves his son. His son was in the Marines, honorably discharged, and did this one thing. So, well, you know what? I can fast forward. Hold on, I can fast forward a little bit. Because we are a little bit behind when I switched streams. Okay, oops.
Okay, members of the jury, I'm going to allow Mr. Duren's answer to the state's question. I'm instructing you not to consider it for purposes of the truth of the matter with respect to what is contained in the statement, but instead you can consider it only for the specific reason of what was said to the Berlin Police Department at that time, and you shall consider it for no other purpose. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Duren, you indicated that you called the Berlin Police Department because you had received information that your son had shot and killed Miss Naffziger. What did you tell the Berlin Police Department when you called them?
What did I tell them?
What did you tell them?
Exactly that I had received information from my wife that Dustin had shot Caitlyn.
And did that information include why?
No.
You're indicating today that the defendant called your wife's phone. That's Deborah's cell phone?
Correct.
What is Deborah's cell phone number?
763-607. I'm sorry. I can look on my phone if you want. I just called Deb on my phone.
Understandable, as most of us do. Are you familiar with the cell phone number 763-350-0954?
That's correct.
Okay, what is that correct to be?
That is my wife's phone number.
Okay, so 763-350-0954 is your wife's cellular phone number?
Correct.
Okay. What time of day did that call come to your wife?
I don't recall.
No, foundation.
Sustained.
Were you present at home at the time the call came in?
I was.
Okay, and at what time did the call occur?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was it in the daytime or the nighttime?
It was in the evening.
When your wife received a call from your son, where were you?
I was in the living room watching TV.
What were you watching?
I don't recall.
Okay. Where was your wife?
She was in the bedroom.
How long was your wife on the phone?
I would estimate 5 to 10 minutes. I wasn't present, so I don't know exactly.
At any point during this conversation where your son called and provided this information, did your wife leave the bedroom and come into the living room?
After the phone call, she came out and informed me.
Following that phone call, did you and your wife receive a video?
Not that I'm aware of.
You didn't report to the Berlin Police Department or to state police that you received a video from your son?
I believe that was after.
So after that phone call ended, did you receive a video?
Yes.
Okay. What was that video?
Of Dustin and the girls in the car.
Where were they? Besides in the car, could you tell where they were?
I could not.
Did it look like you said they were in a vehicle? Did they look like they were inside of a garage, in a parking lot? What was the background?
I don't recall. I just recall the inside of the car and the occupants.
Following your 911 call or your emergency call to the Berlin Police Department, did you continue communicating with police?
I did.
You made, in fact, several phone calls to the police department, correct?
Correct.
At least 2 that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And other officers called you?
Yes,
And you shared information with them?
I did.
Did you also share photographs of the defendant with the police?
I did.
Did you provide them with photographs of the 2 children?
Yes,
Mr. Duren, as a sheriff's deputy, were you assigned a service weapon?
I was.
Okay.
Several.
Several service weapons? When you retired from the sheriff's department, what did you do with those several service weapons?
I gifted one to my son Dustin and another to my son Nicholas.
What kind of gun did you gift to Dustin?
It was a Beretta.
Beretta 9mm?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 20A, which is marked for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
It's a Beretta handgun.
Do you know if that is your service weapon that was a Beretta handgun?
I would not know unless I looked at the serial number.
Do you know the serial number to that weapon?
Not right offhand, no.
But you would recognize it if you observed it. Is that fair to say?
Not without looking at my records to identify the serial number.
But you gifted a gun just like that to your son Dustin, correct?
I did.
Court's indulgence. Thank you, Mr. Duren. I have no other questions.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Duren.
Good morning.
Mr. Duren, you testified that you were a sheriff at the Anoka County Sheriff's Department in Minnesota
Correct.
for 19 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And had you, in your role as a sheriff, did you have to testify in court?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are aware of the importance of telling the truth, correct?
Absolutely.
And to be honest.
Yes.
And to be as complete and detailed as possible.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were watching TV in your living room in Minnesota on the night of February 29, 2024, you testified that Deb received a phone call.
Correct.
Did you hear her receive that phone call, or did you find out after she came in and to tell you?
I found out afterwards. She came out of the bedroom hysterical.
So she was hysterical. She came out to talk to you. Prior to her coming out, you had no idea she received a phone call from Dustin?
I knew she was on the phone. I did not know who she was speaking with.
Okay. So Deb comes out hysterical and provides you information. And as a result of that, you called 911, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you called 911, you actually got Minnesota dispatcher, correct?
Correct.
And what did you report to them?
That I had received information from my wife that Caitlyn had been shot.
Okay, and did they transfer you to dispatch in New Hampshire?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't have to like hang up and call again somewhere, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. When you were transferred, you spoke to someone from dispatch and gave them the same information, correct?
I did.
Answered all their questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Provided them information like your son's name, right?
Correct.
Caitlyn's name?
Yes.
The kids' names?
Yes.
What Dustin drove for a vehicle?
Yes.
His address?
Yes.
You didn't leave anything out?
No.
You were concerned for your son?
Yes. And for Caitlyn.
And for Caitlyn? And your grandchildren?
Yes.
You didn't speak to Dustin that night though, correct?
I did not.
You were not in Berlin on the night of February 29th, correct?
No.
You didn't see what Caitlyn said that night, correct?
No.
You didn't hear what Caitlyn said that night?
No.
Correct? You didn't see what Caitlyn did that night, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Duren, you're a Marine veteran, correct?
That's correct.
And what years did you serve?
1977 to 81.
And as a Marine, are you expected to be familiar with firearms?
I am.
As a Marine, are you expected to shoot firearms with precision?
Yes.
Are all Marines expected to be able to deliver well-aimed shots to eliminate the adversary?
Yes, ma'am.
Every Marine is a rifleman, correct?
Correct.
And every Marine, regardless of their specialty, go to infantry training, correct?
That's correct.
They're trained in ground combat, correct?
That's correct.
Everyone in the Marines is expected to be combat ready, correct?
That is correct.
Well, what does combat ready mean?
That at any time they could be called into a war zone.
And as a Marine, you're trained to be ready for combat and to be a combat marksman, correct?
Correct.
You told us that you gifted Dustin a Beretta M9, correct?
Yes.
And that was your former service weapon.
Yes.
And it became yours upon retirement?
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with the M9?
I am.
Okay. Was that your regular service weapon that you used?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Was that the only weapon, M9, that you used as the sheriff?
It was the only Beretta. Every few years we would be issued new firearms.
Oh. So the M9, the last firearm, the M9 that you give to Dustin, the last firearm that you had before you retired?
Yes.
Okay. The M9 is a pistol, correct?
It is?
A semi-automatic handgun?
Yes.
And what does that mean, that it's semi-automatic?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Aaron, may we approach?
Sure.
Mr. Durren, what does it mean to be a semi-automatic pistol?
It means that it will fire every time you pull the trigger.
And the M9 has several safety features, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And actually was developed for and used by the armed forces, correct?
Yes.
And it has a fail-proof safety system in it, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Duren, how many grandchildren do you have?
7.
7 grandchildren. And you testified earlier that Ellen and Valen are Dustin's 2 children, correct?
Correct.
With Caitlyn, right?
Yes.
And at the time of this incident in February of 2024, Ellen was 4?
Yes.
And Valen was 1?
Yes.
And at the time of the incident in February 2024, Dustin and Elwyn lived in Berlin, Hampshire, correct?
Correct.
And Valen and Caitlyn had just come out a few days prior from Minnesota, correct?
Objection. Knowledge.
Sustained.
Before Dustin and Elwyn moved to Berlin, Hampshire, he lived with you and your wife, correct?
That's correct.
And Elwyn and Valen lived with you part-time, correct?
Correct.
The other part of the time they lived with Caitlyn, correct?
That is correct.
And you were aware that Dustin and Caitlyn would exchange the kids for
Objection. Hearsay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Withdrawn, no ruling.
So, Mr. Duren, when Dustin lived with you and your wife and his children, it was several months, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to observe Dustin's relationship with his children, correct?
Yes.
And specifically with Elwyn, you observed how close they were, correct?
Extremely.
Extremely close. Dustin loved being a father as far as you can see, correct?
Very much so.
And he cared deeply for Elwyn.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So based on your observations between Dustin and Elwyn, he cared deeply for Elwyn, correct?
That is correct.
And when Dustin and the girls lived with you part-time, they were there 98 days and not 48 days, correct?
I believe that's correct.
So Dustin and the girls were there at your home at a higher ratio than when Caitlyn had the girls, correct?
Yes.
I don't have any more questions, thank you.
Redirect.
Mr. Duren, you talked a little bit with defense counsel about being a Marine and having Marine training with respect to how to use a gun, correct?
Yes.
Part of your training as a Marine also involves being disciplined?
Yes.
When to appropriately use a gun?
Yes.
Okay. Does it also include when not to use a gun?
Yes.
As a Marine, are you taught to mindlessly fire?
Of course not.
You're in fact taught to assess situations, correct?
Yes.
To only fire when necessary?
Yes.
To take out a threat?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I can rephrase, Your Honor.
Withdrawn. Sustained.
With respect to your training, Mr. Duren, are you taught as a Marine to shoot at a specific individual?
If necessary, yes.
Okay. And are you taught when and how to decide if it's necessary to shoot?
Yes.
How about an unarmed person? Is it necessary to shoot them?
Objection.
Overruled.
You may answer, Mr. Duren.
Yes.
It's necessary to shoot an unarmed person?
Objection, Eric. We approach.
Yep.
All right, so still at a sidebar. Couple different streams we've been watching. They're having issues with the internet. I guess apparently Amazon was down. Lots of people are talking about internet connectivity issues today. So, yeah, Reddit was down. Banks are having problems. So, it seems like there's issues with the internet today. So we're at a sidebar with Dad. They went to, this is about, gosh, maybe the 6th or 7th sidebar. Training involves discipline. How about when and how it's necessary to shoot? Is it okay to shoot an unarmed person? Yeah, I don't know. Right, I guess when you're in war, you are trained when to shoot. Okay.
Overruled.
Mr. Duren, does your Marine training include information on shooting persons who are unarmed?
Yes.
As a Marine, is that something that you were trained to do?
Yes.
Are there certain circumstances under which your training tells you that that can occur?
It depends on the threat at the time.
As a Marine, you're trained in ground combat?
Correct.
What is combat?
It means taking out your enemy, if necessary.
Taking out your enemy? And are you trained as a Marine to be thoughtful with respect to your use of a handgun in combat?
Yes.
No other questions, John?
Because?
Nothing further.
Okay, can Mr. Duren be excused?
That's fine with the state.
Okay.
Yes, John.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Duren. You may step down. Thank you.
please?
Yes.
So Cross just got finished with Dad, but let's go through his. Actually, that was redirect. I'm sorry, that was redirect that just got through. So the state called him up because he called 911 in Minnesota because Dustin shoots Caitlyn, calls Mom. Mom gets off the phone hysterical, tells Dad, Dustin just shot Caitlyn, has the kids. And apparently there was also a video that Dustin sent of him and the girls in the car. So, oops.
Once again, as I've already said, please do not talk about the case or the evidence amongst yourselves, and please report to a bailiff if you do indicate someone doing that. Just a few more comments, because over the length of the trial, these things may come up. Lancaster, the town of Lancaster is not a large area. It may be possible that during the lunch break, you may run into one of the attorneys. You may run into someone who is a witness in this matter. Obviously, I instruct you to not engage in any way with anyone who is an attorney or a witness in this matter whatsoever. I instruct you not to do that. If you happen to be grabbing a sandwich and you happen to run into any of the attorneys here, they will not talk to you and you should not talk to them, so please take no offense to that. That's just part of the procedure. Further, we will try to start exactly at 1 o'clock. I do want to inform the jury that from time to time, there are times that there are other matters that I have to attend to. It might be a brief meeting with the attorneys involved in this case, or it might be something like a bail hearing or something like that. We try to minimize the interference. We try to minimize your waiting time as much as possible. Sometimes it's just unavoidable. So please understand that that's what's happening. This trial is the priority for the court. We do appreciate your service and your attention, so we do try to minimize disruptions, but sometimes they do happen from time to time. So we will try to minimize that to the extent possible. And again, please review nothing relative to any media reports about this. Please go so far as to try to avoid even accidentally or inadvertently coming in contact with any of that information. And again, please don't transmit anything by your social media as to what is happening as part of the trial. So I'm sorry for all the instructions, but they are necessary under the circumstances. We'll try to reconvene again directly at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Court will be in recess.
All right, court is in recess until 1 o'clock. So we have an hour. So we'll get some kitty cam action in there. All right, court is in recess for an hour. Oh, sorry, my mic's acting up. Yeah, so we'll do some kitty cam, but before we do that, let me just recap here. So Mark Duren is father to Dustin, retired deputy sheriff. He knows about the two kids. I'm sorry, yeah, he does. He's got 7 grandchildren, so he knows about the 2 kids. And he was so Dustin shoots Caitlyn, calls Mom. Mom is on the phone for 5 or 10 minutes, is hysterical, coming out of the bedroom, talks to Dad. Dad calls Minnesota law enforcement because that's where he is, and then they connect him to New Hampshire. And apparently Dustin took a video. Maybe we'll see that video at some point. And meaning a video of him and the girls in the car. And then under cross, we find out he was a Marine from 77 to 91. So he knows about training and firearms. Every Marine is a rifleman and is expected to be combat ready. What does combat ready mean? Anytime they could be called into a war zone. So the 9mm Beretta was his regular service weapon, and that he gave that to Dustin. He gifted that to Dustin and the other son too, Nicholas and Dustin. So then on redirect, training involves discipline. I thought redirect was pretty good. I thought the redirect was pretty good. So they talk about, oops, now let me just go to my thumbnail. Oh, all right, we're getting to see behind the scenes. Look here. Let's see, where are they going to go? Interesting. That's just a... All right, looks like they're disconnecting their feed. Just leave it on the seal. All right. All right, hold on. Let me go back to here. Okay, so we talk. Oh, so on redirect, I thought this was really good with redirect. So they talk about training involves discipline, when and how it's necessary to shoot. It's okay to shoot an unarmed person. That was objected to. Does it include training about shooting a person who is unarmed? That was, then he says, yes, it does include training. Are you trained to do that? Yes, it depends on the threat at the time. And he's trained in ground combat. What is ground combat? That means taking out your enemy. So as terrible as that sounds, I mean, if you're at war and somebody's running at you, they could strangle you, they could punch you, they could beat you. So yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, you know. So now the defense is going to have to show that Dustin felt that he was, like, his training kicked in, and he saw Caitlyn as a threat. I don't know. It's going to be, right now, it's going to be hard. I think it's going to be a hard one. I think that's going to be a hard one to deal with, but that's what they're going to say. Everything's wonky today, right, Agent? Your Wordle is weird. Your Echo isn't working, Lazy Boy says. I think, Richard, you said your Alexa wasn't working. Joanne saying Amazon cloud issues. Yeah, everything's happening today. All right. Yeah, it's. I think if we took a poll right now, we'd probably, well, let's do a poll. Why not? Let's see. Let's do a poll. Just very high level initially. What do we think? Let's see. I know I want to just see what you guys initially think. So is he guilty or not guilty? I know we're not supposed to wait, we're supposed to wait until we have all the evidence. I get all of that, but I just want to hear straw poll, just straw poll moment. Straw poll. So I just want to see where you guys stand. I know we have to hear from the defense. I get all of that. But just for now, just right now, where do you guys stand? So I also want to wait to hear from the defense. I want to hear his side as well, but I just want, just straight out of the gates, we heard from two witnesses, just initial gut reaction. What do you guys think? That's all I'm looking for right now. All right. Just straight out of the gates, let's just see what you guys think. All right, I'm going to play the video. I'm going to play our Halloween video. I promised that for you guys. So Halloween video, if you guys want to play the game, you can play the game. All right, hold on.
They say justice is blind, but here in Springfield, justice just met her match. Judge Beverly Cannoni was found dead in her chambers in the early morning hours on October 1st. The courthouse was locked. No signs of forced entry. 6 people were inside that night, each with a motive. But did they have the opportunity and means? Let's meet our characters. Kevin Smith, played by Psychosource Rex, the sharp-tongued defense attorney for one Dexter Morgan. He swears he was prepping motions, but the judge had just denied his last one with a public scolding that still echoes through these halls. Lori Daybell is played by Widespread Panic. She was here for a divorce hearing, the kind that involves celestial witnesses and inconvenient corpses. Donna Adelson, portrayed by Ossie Gardner, is elegant, calculated, and allegedly here for a real estate dispute. Judge Cannoni had recently frozen one of her trust accounts. Let's just say it wasn't the beach house. Sarah Boone, played by Green-Eyed Cat, back for a pretrial conference. Her relationship with confinement is complicated. Courthouse Public Information Officer Vincent Finari, portrayed by Joe Schmo. He's the man who knows everything that's about to go public, and a lot that isn't. Detective Mitzi Roberts, played by the Trial Channel, has seen it all. Crime scenes, courtroom chaos, and text messages no one should ever have to read. But when Judge Beverly Cannoli ends up dead, this time the detective's the one under the microscope. Detective Sam, played by Florida PI Sam, she was first on the crime scene, and what she saw still haunts her. Notorious Jules as the lead prosecutor. Will she ask the right questions to uncover the killer, or will the killer get to her first? Over the next 2 weeks, you'll hear from every one of them, in streams, in sidebars, and whispers that sound too true to be rehearsed. Each one claims innocence. Will you be able to uncover the truth? On Halloween night, we'll bring them all to the stand in a mock trial to uncover the truth. The jury, you, will have a chance to ask questions of our suspects and ultimately uncover who killed Judge Bev Cannoni. Welcome to the Courthouse of Horror, the case of the Black Mask. Court is now in session.
So, if you guys are looking to play, we are just starting the game. You heard the video. There are 6 suspects, 1 victim. We are going to be dropping clues throughout the next 2 weeks. Each suspect will drop 1 clue 1 day, so that's going to be 6 clues per day. So 60 clues altogether. We have them posted on our social media, which includes Facebook, X, Blue Sky. We're also posting them in our community, but we're not posting all of them, so it's going to be like an Easter egg hunt. Think of it as a treasure hunt, Easter egg hunt. You have to go and find the Easter eggs. If you watch live trial, you will see all of the clues. You will see them all, so make sure you have your notebooks and or however you take notes so that you can see a clue. We will very much show you a what is it? A lantern, a pumpkin, a pumpkin icon that says clue number, and then it will be the character who's playing, and you'll be able to collect all the clues. So far we've had 2 clues that I know of. We've had 3 clues. Okay, we have 3 clues, and I will recap some of the clues after when stream ends tonight. I will recap 3 of the clues. You'll have to then go find the other 3 clues. If you were not watching all day, then you'll be able to see all 6 of them. But if you missed one, you can always, I'll recap 3, and then Erin will post at the end of the day on social media. She'll post those other 3. So, and we ask you to, during the course of the trial, don't talk about it. Think of it as like jurors. You're until you can deliberate, then you can talk about the trial. So we ask you to focus on the live trial and not necessarily the game, so it's not distracting. So we have 3 clues so far have been dropped. 3 clues have been dropped. So, all right. With that being said, I am going to get some food going for myself, get some food going for the kitties, and we'll get some kitty cam going for you guys. And we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Let me post this here. All right. All right. Shirley says you only have 2 clues. I only remember 2, but we'll double check. We'll double check. Again, this is a work in progress, you guys. This is a work in progress, and this is a work in progress. This is the first time we've done this, so bear with us as we work out the bumps. There will be some bumps and some turbulence as we figure it out. But seems like only 2 have gone. Okay, all right. Well, we'll check into that at lunch break just to make sure only 2 have dropped. And but definitely bear with us as we work out the bumps. All right, I'm going to go grab some food. We're going to feed the kitties here as well. Let me open this up for you guys so you can see some kitty action. All right, we'll get some kitty action for you. And I'll see you guys in about a half hour or so. Oh, there's also music. Oh, yes, we have music. Aaron created some music yesterday. All right, welcome back, welcome back. Judge said they wanted to start exactly at 1, promptly at 1. So, for baby's mom, love the music and the Halloween video. Cool. So glad you guys like it. So glad you guys are joining in on the fun. Sherry, yes, 1,000%. Great music, Aaron. Aaron, we put it together yesterday. She did all the work. I just said, yep, that sounds good. Yep, that sounds good. But Aaron was up until like 1 o'clock, I think, last night, putting it together. So, Lily Wayne, so I hope we can assume the prosecutor and the detective didn't do it. Don't know. Don't know. We don't know until the day of the trial. Just collect all the clues. That's all I can say. Just be a jury, collect the clues, and then all will be revealed. All will be revealed on Halloween night. So I would say at this point, don't assume anything. Sakari, just getting on today, missed everything, so I'll rewatch later. Trial channel coming in with a clue. This is clue number 1 for the trial channel. Judge Cannoni preferred saltwater solutions and not Crest toothpaste. Now don't forget the trial channel is playing Mitzi Roberts. Mitzi Roberts. So the trial channel is playing Mitzi Roberts. So the trial channel as Mitzi Roberts just dropped a clue. Dropped clue number 1. So if you're keeping track at home, that's clue number 1 from the trial channel. Arwen, who made the images for the Halloween game, if I may ask? Absolutely, that was all Erin. Erin created everything. She did the graphics. She's been posting on social media. She did the video. That's all Erin. Charmaine, you are caught. Awesome. Glad to be live here with us. We are so happy you are too. Sherry, will all the clues eventually be on Facebook or X? Many of us cannot scroll up very far. Nope, they're not all going to be there. They're not all going, well, let me put it this way. They're not all going to be just on Facebook. They're not all going to be just on X. They're going to be scattered about. It's like an Easter egg hunt. It's like a treasure hunt. All the clues, what I can say is all the clues will be here during our live feed, but then after that, they're going to be spread at the end of each day. We're going to drop them, and they're going to be scattered throughout. They will be scattered throughout. CJ says, is Crest a brand of toothpaste? Yes. Wow, what was that? Yes, Crest is a brand of toothpaste. Yes, it is a brand of toothpaste. I'm not sure what the heck that was. Yep, 5 out of 6 so far. 5 out of 6, Lazy Boys and Tosh. Yep. 5 out of 6 so far. Wow. That was some weirdness going on there. All right, they're back. Yep, it's like Colgate. Exactly. Play on Crime. Hello, been lurking all day, but live with us after lunch. Very good, very good. Widespread panic dropping first clue number 1. Cannoni was always very dark. I hope she finally came to the light and wasn't killed for being a zombie. Widespread panic dropping her first clue for Lori Daybell. For Lori Daybell. Widespread panic playing Lori Daybell. Cannoni was always very dark. I hope she finally came to the light and wasn't killed for being a zombie. Okay, let's see. Joe, is Joe with us? Did I see Joe Schmo? Are you in here? Did I miss you coming in? Kickboxing Mom. Thank you, Aaron, for the great music. Enjoyed it. So just so you guys know, and Janet, loved the Halloween video. Very cool. The music comes from Dustin. He is a musician. He plays guitar. He plays bass. He plays piano. He's a composer. So he's also a gamer. So we checked out his channel. I think he's got a couple channels, and one of the channels he plays a lot of music, and he plays jazz, and he plays ambient music, and it's we were kind of inspired by that sort of. To me, it was like kind of New York City, smoky bar. It's around midnight on a Friday or Saturday night, and the rain is falling outside, and he's just this guy playing. So that was the inspiration. That was the inspiration for the soundtrack. Was he's a very talented individual. It's just a shame that it's terrible that this happened. So, but he seems like a cool guy. Outside of what happened, he seems like a really cool guy. Sadly. All right. I want to stay on this feed because the sound is better, but that sounds pretty bad. So. Yeah, C. Gilmore. He is very talented, unfortunately. Anja, hello. Thank you for coming in. Michael knows it's either the butler or the gardener. So again, we ask that you don't discuss it while we're in the live feed here. Think of it as jurors. You're a jury. You're not supposed to deliberate until the day of. So just think of it like that. So no cross talking. No keep it to yourself. Collect the clues, and then on Halloween night, you guys will be able to discuss it amongst each other. But for now, we don't want to distract from the live trial. Just collect the clues and think of it as you are a jury, and you are not allowed to deliberate until the day of the trial. So hopefully that will help. MLC, Mitzi is Mitzi Roberts. She was in the Monica Cementili trial. We covered her. She was in the Monica Cementili trial. She was the detective in the Monica Cementili trial. So that's why you'll see references to Monica and Robert whenever Mitzi Roberts drops a clue. And the trial channel is Mitzi.
Any reason to see the judge before we get started?
I don't think so.
Was that a no from the
No.
Okay, got it.
Did you guys have, are you guys all good too?
Yes. All of the judges, yes. All rise.
Good afternoon. Please remain standing for the jury.
All rise for the honorable jury. Coles County Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Jonathan S. Frizzell presiding.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you. Please be seated.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Trooper Amanda Johnson. Trooper Johnson, if you could remain standing and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear today that the testimony you are about to give is the truth under penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Can you please state and spell your full name for the record?
I'm Detective Amanda Johnson. Last name is spelled Johnsson.
And where or how are you currently employed?
I'm employed as a detective with the New Hampshire State Police.
Okay. And with the New Hampshire State Police, are you assigned to any particular troop, barracks, or section?
Yes, I'm in the major crime unit.
Okay. What is the major crime unit?
Our primary job is to investigate homicides. We handle all officer-involved shootings throughout the state, as well as conflict cases that may arise that other agencies can't investigate.
So if there's a problem with the agency investigating, say, one of their own, you would maybe take that case?
Yes.
Okay. So in this instance, as a person in the major crime unit, what is your role specifically inside of investigations?
I primarily do crime scene investigation.
And what does that mean?
I respond to the crime scenes and process them for evidence.
And do you have any kind of specialized training that allows you to do this type of job?
I attended the National Forensics Academy back in 2023, 10-week program investigating or helping to investigate forensics and things of that nature.
And how long have you been working with the New Hampshire State Police?
I just started my 18th year this past August.
And for how long have you been specifically working on crime scene investigations?
I've been in the major crime unit since 2019.
Now, I want to draw your attention to February the 29th of 2024. Did there come a time that you became involved in an investigation into a homicide by shooting that had occurred at 1063 or 1063 Main Street in Berlin, New Hampshire?
Yes, I did. I believe that was an early morning call out.
Okay. Do you recall what time of day you received the call?
I think it was around 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. When you say you received the call, were you working at the time?
No, I was off duty sleeping.
Okay. Can you describe for us how that call occurred?
I was called by Lieutenant John Sonia and advised that they had a homicide in the town of Berlin. He requested that I respond to the scene with the crime truck.
And when you say, were you assigned to a specific role for that crime scene?
That particular call, I was the officer in charge as well as the evidence technician, and I believe I took video that day.
Okay, and when you say you were the officer in charge, that sounds fancy. What does that mean?
It's just more paperwork. Basically, I delve out. We all kind of split the tasks, the required tasks, and at the end, it's just I'm compiling all of the reports basically into one report.
And you said that you were asked to respond out with the crime scene truck.
Yes.
Can you explain to us what that is?
We have 2 crime scene trucks. They're basically mobile offices that hold our supplies and equipment.
Okay. And when you received that call to respond out to Berlin, what information was provided to you about what you were walking into?
I knew that the suspect was at large, and they were primarily focusing on locating him as well as children.
Was that part of your responsibility with respect to this case?
No. I brought the truck to the scene where I stayed for a while they finished investigative aspects of the case and finally did receive a court-authorized search warrant.
Okay. So you spent some time waiting while other steps were taken before you were able to get into the house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about your crime scene work. When you talk about working on a crime scene, can you describe for us sort of the methods or the steps that you use when you're documenting crime scenes?
Yes, like I said, we have various tasks that we have to complete there. We use a 3D scanner called a Faro that Faros the scene in 3D. One of us takes a GoPro video and walks around the crime scene with the video. One person's assigned to photographs. Another person's assigned to cataloging and documenting evidence that we collect. And it's, when we finally get in there, it's slow going because we essentially process the scene in layers. We take what's visible without disturbing anything, and then we start, peeling back the layers and documenting it as we go.
So when you initially arrive at a scene, you take it as it is, correct?
Yes.
You take photographs and videos of that?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said you started removing a layer.
Yes.
And when you remove each layer, what, if anything, do you do in terms of documentation?
So we photograph along as we search, when we move things and when we, search through things. Like, for instance, if you opened a drawer, we would take a photo and search the contents of the drawer and then take another photo. So just things are done in layers.
Okay. So when you take photographs, are you just taking a photograph sort of the overall space, or are there different layers even of the photographs that you take?
Yeah, so overalls, far away and then mid-range and then close up is typically how we do the photographs.
Okay. Are photographs taken in terms of when you arrive at a scene that has a person or a victim inside of it, do you take photographs with the victim there as well as with them removed from the scene?
Yes, we take photographs as we come to the scene and how we find the scene and the body.
You indicated that some troopers or officers are tasked with locating evidence. Are photographs taken of that evidence as well?
Yes, we work as a team. We decide what we're going to collect, and as we go, we photograph and document what we're collecting.
Okay. Why so many photographs?
You can never take too many photographs. I've only experienced situations where you wish you would have taken more, so I tell everyone to, take as many as you think you should and then go further and take more.
Okay. Do you document every scene that you respond to in the same manner?
Yes.
Was the crime scene at 1063 Main Street documented in this way by video, photograph, and Faro?
Yes.
Were photographs taken with Ms. Naffziger's body present?
Yes.
And were photographs taken when her body was removed?
Yes.
Now, I want to show you and place up on the screen State's Exhibit 3A, which is in evidence. It would help if I turn on this device. And I may need to ask you to step down if you're unable to see it, and I do apologize because you may spend quite some time hanging out over here by this screen, if that's all right with the court.
Yes, so long as the jury can hear and so long as we have appropriate audio and so long as it doesn't obstruct defendants at all, certainly.
So if I can ask you to sit down, it might be easier if you stand close to Mr. Switzer, and then if the court finishes, may I?
Please.
Just in case. Now, Trooper Johnson, is this the location, State's Exhibit 3A, which is on the screen, of 1603 Main Street?
Yes.
I'm sorry, 1063 Main Street.
Yes.
And is this the location where you responded with the crime scene truck?
Yes.
Can you describe what this building is for us?
This building is an apartment building. I was advised by the Berlin Police Department that there were 4 units total in that building.
By the time that you arrived on scene, had that dwelling already been cleared by the Berlin Police Department?
Yes, it had.
I'm not sure why the screen is flashing. It may have something to do with some interference we're receiving, but hopefully it'll stay on. So you indicated that it was a multi-unit dwelling, correct?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to the investigation that you were working, the call that you were there for, what areas of this building were of interest to you?
We were authorized to search Mr. Duren's apartment, which was the lower level apartment, the first floor.
I'm going to stop for a second. Just because it doesn't seem to be cutting out on any of the monitors, just that monitor. So maybe it's just a loose connection. I just didn't know if there's anything we can do.
You're getting some feedback on this, Your Honor, so I'm not certain if something is going wrong.
That seems to have worked. Thank you.
Fingers crossed. All right, so you started to say, and I apologize, you started to say that you were authorized to search certain locations in this building. What were those locations?
Mr. Duren's apartment, which is the lower first level of the building.
Did you also conduct any searches in the garage bay?
Yes, we did.
Speaking about that garage bay, can you see that on the screen?
Most of it, yes.
Okay. Was there a garage bay that you learned was assigned to that first floor apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a car located in that garage bay?
No.
Were there any cars inside of any of the garage bays when you were on scene?
Yes, there were other tenants that had vehicles there.
Were those cars checked?
I recall that one tenant needed to get to her vehicle, so we escorted her to get the car, and we just performed a quick search by consent just to make sure we weren't missing anything.
Okay. In terms of the garage space, were any items of evidentiary value recovered from that location?
Not that I recall, no.
Now, did you take video of the exterior of this building?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you explain for us how you did that?
Utilizing a GoPro camera, I walked around outside and then walked inside slowly, just getting all the rooms in that apartment.
And when you do that, you're just holding the GoPro camera in your hand?
Yes.
Okay. And are you talking, narrating? What can we expect that we would hear?
No, no talking.
Now, prior to this hearing, did you review, I should have actually stated a review. Did you review some exhibits prior to coming in to testify?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you take a look at State's Exhibit 7A?
Yes, I did.
Is that a video clip that you took of the exterior of the building?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also review State's Exhibit 7B?
Yes.
Is that a clip of a video that you took from the interior of the building?
Yes.
At this time, the state would ask to have the ID struck and the thesis full. No objection.
The ID, excuse me, the ID may be stricken with respect to Exhibits 7A and 7B, and they may be considered as full exhibits.
Now, I'm going to move off of State's Exhibit 3A. On the screen now should be State's Exhibit 7A. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to publish State 7A.
Yes.
And where this clip ends, what are we looking at?
That is the door, the entryway to a common area for the apartments. The white door.
And it goes into all of the apartments in this building, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there another entrance that just goes to apartment on the first floor?
Yes.
Where is that located?
Around the front of the house, by the street.
Next, showing you State's Exhibit 3C, which is in evidence, just so that we can transition over. Is this the same photograph or a photograph that shows the back of that house?
Yes.
Okay. And that white door at the back, is that the one you've indicated goes to a common area?
Yes.
Now, for the ease of this, Trooper Johnson, if I could ask you to step over towards me just really quickly. I can ask you to take a look through State's Exhibits 8A through 8T. I just need to separate them out so that we've got the difference. could have you just flip through these photographs for me. You can flip them in my direction as they're not, I think we have an agreement that they're coming into evidence, Your Honor. As you're doing this, Trooper Johnson, do you recognize what you're looking at?
Yes.
Can you tell us what they are?
Photographs of the apartment as well as the evidence that we collected.
Do those photographs, as you look at them, fairly and accurately show the apartment as you observed it when you responded there?
Yes, it does.
Okay, if I can ask you to step back over. If you need a break or any water, just let me know. I'm making you stand up quite a bit. Now, with respect to, and Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to strike the ID as to State's Exhibits 8A through 8T and admit them into evidence. No objection.
The ID may be stricken with respect to 8A through 8T inclusive, and they may be considered full exhibits.
Trooper Johnson, I'm just showing you State's Exhibit 8A. This is just a close-up of the rear door to 1063 Main Street that we've just seen.
Yes.
And in this image, the door is ajar.
Yes.
Okay, was it open like that when you responded?
Yes.
And where does this door lead again?
To a small common area utilized by all the tenants to access their apartments.
Okay. Moving into State's Exhibit 8B, what are we looking at here?
That straight-ahead door is where the scene was.
And the straight-ahead door is the door to where?
Duren's apartment.
Okay, to the defendant, Mr. Duren's apartment?
Yes.
You can go ahead and have a seat. I'm going to give you a break for just a second. You had indicated when you first began testifying that you had not immediately just jumped right in. You'd had to wait for quite some time.
Correct.
Okay. And why were you waiting?
Like I said, we were waiting for the investigators to try to figure out where the suspect was and locate the children, and then that shifted gears to writing a search warrant for the apartment.
Okay. Were you also waiting for somebody from the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Did someone from the medical examiner's office arrive on scene?
Yes.
What, if anything, occurred once that happened?
When the medical examiner arrived on scene, she, under her authority, we went to the apartment to examine the body that was located in the living room.
And did you enter into the apartment to do that?
Yes.
Were you present personally with the ADME or the assistant or associate deputy medical examiner?
Yes.
To examine the body?
Yes.
Can you describe, when you observed Ms. Naffziger's body, how she was positioned?
She was sitting on the couch. Her right leg was up on the coffee table, and she had a blanket around her body.
Did you, as well as the assistant deputy medical examiner, observe any injuries to Ms. Naffziger?
We saw wounds that were consistent with a gunshot wound to the head.
Did you observe any weapons near Ms. Naffziger?
No.
Did she have any property near her besides the blanket that you've just described?
She had a cell phone that was next to her on her right side on the couch.
At the time that you entered into the living room with the medical examiner's office, did you observe any evidence that was consistent with Ms. Naffziger having been shot in addition to her wound that you observed?
Yes. To my right of the couch, I noticed a fired cartridge casing on the floor next to the couch.
Can you tell us what a fired cartridge casing is? Can you explain that?
When a bullet's fired, the casing is what ejects from the pistol.
With respect to the first floor apartment, can you give us sort of an idea of what that apartment itself consisted of in terms of rooms? What was the layout?
Yes, it looked like there was 3 bedrooms, but they were using another room as like a 4th bedroom. 2 rooms were empty, utilized for what appeared to be storage. One of the rooms looked like a little girl's room, and then off of the living room there was a room that would look like it was utilized as the master bedroom.
Showing you State's Exhibit 22, do you recognize this?
Yes, this is the diagram of Mr. Duren's apartment.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the layout of the apartment as you observed it?
Yes.
And the locations of where items were inside of the living room?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to strike the ID and admit States 22 as full by agreement.
Yep, no objection. The ID may be stricken and Exhibit 22 may be considered a full exhibit.
Putting up on the screen States Exhibit number 22, I don't know if you can do it from there, and I'm going to do what I can to not have you just standing here for the entirety of your testimony. With respect to this exhibit as we look at it, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where Ms. Naffziger was positioned? If you need to step down, please do.
She was, like I said, on the couch, and she had her right foot elevated on the coffee table.
And when she's sitting on the couch, is she towards the desk on the couch, or is she on the other side of the room in terms of where she is?
More consistent with where you have the casing marked on that side of the couch.
Okay. So I've just put up the red to show where Ms. Naffziger was located. Is that where she was fairly and accurately?
Yes.
Okay. And then if I click again for the jury to see, there's a casing that's marked there. Is that all consistent with where you observed the body of Ms. Naffziger on the sofa or the couch?
Yes.
And then where the casing was observed?
Yes.
After the assistant medical examiner examined the body of Ms. Naffziger, what, if anything, occurred?
I believe that we left the body there so that we could farrow with the body in place, just because if I come to a scene and the body has not moved by first responders and it's located in the original spot, I like to document and preserve that. So I believe we farrowed that room and then we removed the body.
Okay. Farrow, did you also take photographs?
Yes.
And then the body was removed?
Yes.
Okay. And was the scene still secured at that point pending the search warrant?
Yes. The Berlin Police Department provided scene security that day.
What does it mean to provide or scene security or to secure a scene?
Usually we corded off with crime scene tape, and we'll have at least 1 or 2 cruisers standing by and making sure that no one unauthorized enters through the crime scene.
In fact, prior to having a search warrant, does anyone enter into it except to deal with the body?
No, just with the medical examiner.
Later that afternoon, around 1:40 p.m., did you receive authorization through a search and seizure warrant to enter into the home to conduct your examination of the scene?
Yes.
And at that point, is that when you started the process that you've described to us before about photographing in layers?
Yes.
Okay. I think I'm going to have to ask you to step down again. Absolutely. Putting State's Exhibit 8C, which is in evidence on the screen, can you describe for us where we are or where this photograph was taken inside of the apartment?
That's as you walk in that entryway door in the rear.
And when you look at this, it's sort of a hallway, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Do you know where the doors on either side of that hallway lead?
Those are the spare bedrooms that, like I said, appeared to be utilized as storage.
And straight ahead?
Straight ahead leads into the kitchen.
If you continue to walk down that hallway and end up in the kitchen, what do you have on your right-hand side?
The right-hand side is the living room and master bedroom area.
And to the left?
That was the little girl's room.
And I want to look first with you, if we can, at State's Exhibit 8D. Which room is this?
This is the spare bedroom to the right when you're walking down that hallway immediately upon entering the apartment.
And is this one of the rooms that you indicated was pretty much used as storage?
Yes.
Okay. Now, zooming in a little bit closer into State's Exhibit 8E, was evidence recovered or items recovered of interest in this case in the closet?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 8F, what are we seeing in this image?
ALJ2 looks like a box of ammunition, and ALJ3 looks like a holster, a gun holster.
Can you explain for us, so you're reading the yellow markers, is that fair to say?
Yes.
What do those yellow markers signify?
It's just how we document evidence that we're taking. Whoever's the evidence technician that day, we utilize our initials. I'm Amanda Lee Johnson, so ALJ, and as we go, we assign each piece of evidence a number.
Okay, do the numbers have any meaning about importance or anything like that?
No.
Okay, what do the numbers stand for?
It's just the number of the next item. So from there, the next item would be 4.
I want to go ahead and take a look with you at the items that you're looking at on that top shelf and the items that were marked. Looking first at State's Exhibits 8G and 8H together on this slide, what is ALJ2 that you have marked?
A box of ammunition.
Looking next at State's Exhibit 8I, which is in evidence, and your marker is, I believe, ALJ3. What are we looking at?
That's a shoulder holster with a magazine pouch.
When you say a magazine pouch, can you explain that for us?
You would put the magazines from a pistol in the pouch.
Next, looking on one side at State's Exhibits 8J and 8K, what are we looking at in terms of ALJ 3A?
So that's one of the magazines that was in the pouch, and that was the contents in the magazine, the ammunition.
Okay. So it was a loaded magazine?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to State's Exhibits 8L and 8M together on this slide, ALJ 3B, what are we looking at?
That was the other magazine in the pouch.
Okay, so both 3A and 3B came from the holster that was recovered?
Correct.
And with respect to this, was this also a loaded magazine?
Yes, with those bullets in it.
Were you able to determine the type of ammunition that this was?
Yes, I believe they're all 9mm.
Now, once these items that we've just looked at are recovered and photographed on the scene, are they recovered?
Yes, we photograph them and we package them and secure them on the crime scene truck and later transfer it to the forensic lab.
Can you explain to us how they're packaged, what that process looks like?
We primarily use paper bags, but we put the item in a bag and we secure the bag with evidence tape so that it can't be tampered with and it's secured.
And do you sign those bags?
Yes, we initial along the seams to secure that chain of custody, essentially.
Now, in your search of the apartment, did you locate or recover a pistol or a handgun?
No.
Showing you next State's Exhibit 8N coming back into the hallway of the apartment, can you kind of orient us back to where we are?
Yes, you're standing in the hallway, and the door to the left was the other room, spare room that was utilized for storage.
With respect to the bedroom, which is the storage room, the first open door to the left in this photograph, was anything of evidentiary value marked and collected from there?
I don't recall from that room, no.
How about in the bathroom, the second open door on the left of the photo? Was there anything of evidentiary value marked or recovered?
Not that I recall.
Now I want to move further into the apartment, State's Exhibit 8O. Can you orient us sort of here, and I know you've described sort of to the right and the left of the kitchen. Can you just let us know where we're looking here?
Yes, so the opening to the right is towards the living room, and then the left side by the cabinet, there's a door here that belonged to the little girl, a bedroom belonging to the little girl.
And the kitchen also continues off to the right, is that, or the left, I'm sorry, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 8P. What are we looking at here?
That's just the other side of the kitchen.
Did you search the trash can that's over there?
Yes.
Why?
We conduct a complete search when we process a scene to include trash cans.
Was when anything recovered from the trash can?
Yeah, I believe we recovered a receipt from the trash.
Showing you State's Exhibit 8Q. Is that the receipt that you're discussing or saying that you recovered?
Yes.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 8R. With respect to this item, is that the receipt from the trash can?
Yes, it is.
Just want to ask you if you can read for us the highlighted portions of that.
Yes, it's a receipt from Harley Jack's Burgers and Brews in Ossipee, and it has a date of February 28th, 2024 at 4:46 p.m. The server's name was Christine K. The check number was number 14, and it says that it was ordered February 28th, 2024 at 4:46.
Okay. So 4:46 p.m.
Correct.
Right. Moving into State's Exhibit 8S like Sam, can you describe where we're looking in this image?
You're standing in the kitchen looking into the living room.
So that doorway that's open there, that's the living room where Ms. Naffziger's body was found, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now earlier you had talked about the fact, and we had seen the video that you took of the outside of the house, right? And we watched that small clip. Did you take a similar video of the interior of this apartment?
Yes.
Can you describe for us what you did in taking that video in its entirety?
Like I said, you walk into the apartment and you walk through all the rooms at a slow pace, just trying to document what's in each room.
You open all the drawers, you look inside of everything?
Sometimes, like I said, we do it in layers, so you don't want to disturb too much. Normally when we first get there, we want to document the scene as it is without manipulating it.
When you took the video of the interior of this house, had Ms. Naffziger's body already been removed?
No. Or it may have been. I know that we farrowed with the body in there. I may have taken the video after the body was removed. I'm not 100% positive on that.
Okay. So I'm going to move forward so that you can see State's Exhibit 8T like Tom. At the time that this photo is Ms. Naffziger's body there?
She had been removed at that point.
Okay. Moving forward to State's Exhibit 7B, which is a clip from that video that is in evidence. Looking at this image here, was Ms. Naffziger's body present at the time of the video or removed?
She was removed at that time.
Okay, so we should not in this video expect that we will see her.
Correct.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Well, this clip stops there. Did you also walk into that master bedroom area?
Yes.
Okay, now looking at this where it's stopped, there appears to be a door that we're seeing. What door is that?
It was almost like there were French doors or double doors that opened into what was utilized as a master bedroom.
And then, hopefully there's a marker on your screen. This white door that's here that I'm marking, what door is that?
That's the front door to the residence.
When you were on scene, what was the condition of that front door?
It was locked with a deadbolt.
Was the doorknob also locked?
I don't recall specifically. I just know that I remember that it was deadbolted and locked.
I'm going to show you two images. This is 7C and 7D. Those fairly accurately show still images from the video we just watched.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to strike the ID as to States Exhibit 7C and D and admit them as full. No objection.
The ID may be stricken, and the Exhibit 7C and Exhibit 7D shall be considered as full exhibits.
Putting up on the screen States Exhibit 7C, can you orient us to what we see inside of the living room?
Yeah, so you're standing in the master bedroom and you're looking through the doors into the living room.
And is this the layout of the living room as it was observed on that date?
Like I said, the body had obviously been removed, so things might have been disturbed when we moved the body.
And I know you've described the area and where the body was positioned, if Ms. Naffziger was positioned. Can you give us a general idea of where we would expect to see her? Were she in this image?
She was positioned, if you see this pink blanket on the couch, that was wrapped around her, and she was seated here with her right leg up on the coffee table, as if she was relaxing on the couch.
The red blanket that's on the floor in States Exhibit 7C by the coffee table, is that where it was originally located?
That may have been displaced during the removal when we removed the body.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to strike the ID from States Exhibits Courts and Buildings 9A through 9J. No objection.
No objection. The ID may be stricken with respect to Exhibits 9A through 9J inclusive, and they may be considered as full exhibits.
Can I have one moment?
Certainly.
Trooper Johnson, placing onto the screen States Exhibit, well, actually, let me ask you a few questions first. With respect to States Exhibits, or the next photographs, are Ms. Naffziger's body visible in the next couple of images that we're about to show?
Yes.
Can you describe for us when we see her, and I'm happy to have you take a look if you want to describe it from States Exhibits, so you don't have to do it from memory. Can I see my ID?
Yeah.
Can you describe for us what we should expect to see?
Yes, you can see the victim on the couch with the pink blanket on her. That red blanket that is on the floor in 7C was in fact to her left with her left arm resting on it. And her right leg is elevated and resting on the coffee table.
Placing onto the screen States Exhibit 9A, does this image represent the positioning of Ms. Naffziger as she was when her body was located?
Yes, that's the original location that we found her in.
Okay, and you've already described that the pink blanket is over her shoulder. She has another blanket next to her and her foot on the coffee table.
Yes, and a purple pillow behind it.
From what you observe, is Ms. Naffziger wearing any shoes on her feet?
No.
Were any shoes for an adult located near her in the living room?
I believe they were just children's slippers and children's shoes.
You had described a cell phone wallet case. Can you point that out to us?
Yes.
Behind that cell phone wallet case, what's that on the couch?
A pair of eyeglasses.
Now, behind Ms. Naffziger, almost at, I would say, the center of the photograph, there appears to be a white mark on the shelf of that built-in bookshelf. Can you describe for us what that white mark is?
Let me just make sure I'm pointing to the right thing. This mark right here. That's a built-in wooden shelf, and we located what appeared to be consistent with a defect from...
And when you say a defect, what do you mean?
That's just the terminology that we use for lack of better terms, entryway of a bullet.
And moving closer, and State's Exhibit 9B, we also have the imagery of Ms. Naffziger on the scene. From this angle, can you still see where that bullet defect is?
Yes, it's right here.
And just one more, State's Exhibit 9C, moving in closer to Ms. Naffziger. Can you please describe for us what we see here?
What is consistent with a gunshot wound to the head.
And Ms. Naffziger's clothing, first of all, that pink blanket is no longer over her shoulder. Was that moved by officers during the scene?
Yes, we moved on to like the next layer of documenting, and we would move the blanket off of her to photograph.
And once the blanket was removed, what is Ms. Naffziger wearing for clothing?
She looks like she has a black sweater on, a purple shirt, and it looks like a scarf around her neck.
State's Exhibit 9D, what are we looking at here?
That's a photo of the couch after we removed the body of the victim.
Now, with respect to the glasses that were on the sofa, on the couch, what happened to those, if you know?
I believe that we collected those as evidence.
Okay. Would they have been transported with the body?
I can't recall specifically if we made them a separate exhibit or put the glasses in the bag with the body. I can't recall specifically, but I know we collected them.
Moving to State's Exhibit 9E, we've got a yellow marker here. Can you explain for us what we're looking at?
That's the evidence marker to mark the cell phone that's on the couch.
And you've done close-ups and overalls of all of these pieces of evidence. Is that fair to say?
I didn't personally take the photos, I don't believe. But yes, we documented close-ups.
So moving into State's Exhibits 9F and 9G, what are we looking at?
It's a cell phone that's contained within a wallet case.
Were the contents of that wallet case used to identify Ms. Naffziger on scene?
Yes.
And what was used specifically?
Driver's license.
I want to back up so that we can take a look at the couch as a whole. Looking at State's Exhibit 9H, is this just a full view of the couch or the sofa as it was inside of the living room?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we watched that video walkthrough that you did, State's Exhibit 7B, you sort of got very close to the sofa. Is there a reason why you did that?
Just documenting close-up shots of the evidence.
Was there anything on the sofa itself that you were documenting specifically?
I recall doing close-ups on the left side of the couch, around here, that I located a couple of pieces, what appeared to be consistent with a skull.
So moving to State's Exhibit 7D, there are 2 items circled there. Can you explain for us what we're seeing?
That's what I noticed, and it's consistent with skull.
Okay, so consistent with bone pieces?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Apologies. Looking at State's Exhibit 9, I believe we're back on I. Does this image accurately show the placement of the coffee table as it was in line with the sofa?
Yes.
And this is obviously after Ms. Naffziger's been removed.
Yes.
And that red blanket is positioned there from its original position, correct?
Yeah, it's displaced from its original position.
Now, you had discussed that when you looked at this living room, when you entered into it initially, and then when you were conducting your search for evidence, that you had observed casing inside of this location.
Yes.
Can you orient us to where we would be looking if we wanted to find where that casing was?
Yes, the casing was behind this chair on the floor, so that's the right side of the couch.
Now, I want to take a look at the rest of the living room. So this photograph States Exhibit 9J. Does that accurately show the living room as it would be viewed from the sofa or the couch?
Yes, it does.
In terms of this desk, what kinds of items were associated with the desk?
It appeared to be a computer desk, but we noted that the tower, the actual computer itself, was missing and unplugged.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to strike the ID from State's Exhibits 10A through 10D and have them admitted as evidence. No objection.
The ID may be stricken with respect to 10A through 10D inclusive, and they shall be considered as full exhibits.
Trooper Johnson, I want to go back to that little chair where you said there was a casing. So looking at State's Exhibit 10A, which should be on the screen now, can you sort of orient us to where the casing was found?
The casing's on the floor behind the child's, looks like a unicorn, on the chair, right behind here.
And if I look at this image, there's a door frame that's right here where I'm illuminating in the corner of the photo. Where does that door go?
That goes to the kitchen.
And in terms of any other access point to leave this living room, where would those be located?
You could go forward, straight ahead to the master bedroom, and the front door is there.
Okay, so if I'm standing like the photo is taken, where would the doors to the master bedroom be?
To your back, behind you.
Okay, and the front entrance of the home would also be to my back and behind me?
Correct.
Okay, and the kitchen would be through this doorway here that I have marked to the right?
Correct, to the right.
You had indicated earlier that the shoes you remembered seeing were slippers for kids. Do you see those in this image?
Yes, they're under the pink table.
Showing you next, State's Exhibit 10B. I think it's a little fuzzy there in the background, but can you identify what this marker, the yellow marker, is that I've got illuminated?
Yeah, the ALJ5 marker is next to the casing.
Moving a little bit closer on that, State's Exhibit 10C. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
That's the fired cartridge casing.
And State's Exhibit 10D.
That's the casing just flipped over to read the head stamp.
What's a head stamp?
The writing on the back of the casing.
And what does that tell you?
It usually tells you a brand and caliber.
Were you able to determine the brand or the caliber from this?
It was a 9mm, and I believe it says S&B on the casing.
Is that consistent with other ammunition that was found inside of the house?
Yes.
Yeah, good. going to give you a break and do this afterwards, okay? So you can have a seat. No, not yet. Sorry, I apologize. I misspoke. We're going to do a couple more. At this time, Your Honor, the state would move to strike the ID from State's Exhibits 11A through and including 11O and have them marked as full. No objection.
The identification may be stricken with respect to 11A through 11O inclusive, and they shall be considered as full exhibits.
Now, after the casing was recovered, you had started to indicate about that bullet defect that was in the built-in bookshelf.
Yes.
With respect to that bullet defect, was a bullet eventually recovered?
Yes, we recovered a projectile.
Okay. So a projectile, not a bullet. I apologize.
It's okay, same thing.
Can you explain the difference?
It's just a technical term for it that we utilize.
I want to go ahead and move into State's Exhibits 11A and 11B here. Can you describe for us, so 11A, fair to say, is the sofa as it was after Ms. Naffziger, as well as all the blankets and everything else were removed?
Correct, yes.
With respect to State's Exhibit 11B, can you explain to us what that yellow marker is for?
I'd have to look at my actual evidence report. I'm not sure if that is a swab or if it's a piece of skull or hair. I'd have to refresh my memory with the DSSP-20.
Would looking at the report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Showing you Trooper Johnson with marks for identification purposes only at State's Exhibit number 30, dates 106 to 108 for the record. Can you take a look at that item?
Yes.
Is that the copy of the report that you just referenced, your DSSP?
This isn't the DSSP-20, but it is part of my evidence signification report.
Okay.
It lists...
You can take a look and see if that would refresh your recollection.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Based on this, your review of the report, what is that marker for?
That is for swabs of the reddish-brown stain on the couch.
Thank you. If you want to just put that right there. Moving next to State's Exhibit 11C, can you describe to us, and specifically I want to ask you about this area of the sofa, and I'm not sure now my device isn't... I can just have 1 moment. So looking at State's Exhibit 11C, specifically I want to draw your attention to that white mark, the damage to the drawer. You've described that as a bullet entry?
Yes.
Okay. What else in this image, did you recover anything else from this area of the built-in bookshelf?
To the left of the defect by the knob, there's a clump of hair.
Moving a little bit closer into that 11D, there's a marker ALJ7. Is that referencing the hair that you're describing?
Yes.
Okay. Gonna look a little bit closer. I think that's a little hard to see. So if we can move into State's Exhibit 11F, like Frank, what are we looking at here?
That's a close-up of the hair around the built-in.
And that hair was recovered?
Yes.
Moving to State's Exhibit 11G, can you describe for us the changes that we're seeing to sort of the room and what process is happening here?
So, like I said before, we conduct searches in layers, so at this particular point in the documentation, we slid the couch out from the built-in, so we had access to be able to see behind the couch.
And once you had access to see behind the couch, what, if anything, did you do?
We were then able to open the drawers of the built-in.
Now, moving into State's Exhibits 11H and 11I, can you explain to us or describe to us what these white stickers represent?
They're just scale, like L-shaped stickers with scales that we utilize to mark defects.
And with respect to this defect, it looks like there's an A written on that scale.
Yes, that indicates that's the first defect that I'm noting.
Are there multiple defects associated with this recovered bullet or projectile?
Yes, yes.
Moving to State's Exhibit 11J, what do we see here?
That's just the first drawer. Pulled out a photo of it.
Okay, and that's the drawer that the first defect was in?
Correct, defect A.
Was the bullet recovered from this top drawer?
No.
Where was it recovered?
I believe it was the third drawer down.
So were there additional defects that you were able to identify and mark?
Yes.
Looking at State's Exhibit 11K, can you explain to us what we're looking at?
Yes, so that's a photo of inside the drawer. So A1 would be the exit from the front of the drawer, and then 2A is a re-entry of the bullet as its flight path continues.
And then using this next one, State's Exhibit 11L, what is this?
That is another defect, A3.
So A3 is a third bullet defect associated with the same bullet or projectile? Sorry.
Yes.
And where in relation to the first drawer, if you know, is A3?
I'm not actually sure, based on this photo, if this is the second. It should be the second drawer, but I'm not positive with just this photo.
But the bullet was, or the projectile, I apologize, was recovered in the third drawer down.
As I recall, yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 11M, what are we seeing here?
That's a photo of the third drawer opened with what is the projectile in the drawer.
Once this item was photographed, what, if anything, did you do to recover it?
We packaged it and secured it and transported it to the forensic lab.
And just moving a little bit closer so we can see what that item clearly was, 11N. Can you describe for us the projectile?
It's a projectile.
And that's as it was recovered inside of the drawer?
Yes.
Okay, marked as ALJ 8?
Correct.
Thank you. Trooper Johnson, you can go ahead and have a seat. Go ahead and give you a minute. I had you standing up there for a little while.
I'm getting a little raspy.
All right. Trooper Johnson, you had indicated that, and I'll try to be loud from over here, you had indicated that you had recovered the casing and recovered the projectile. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you describe for us the process of that recovery?
We photograph it and collect it and put it in the appropriate evidence receptacle, I guess, based on size and what it is.
And I'm going to ask you, I've provided some gloves in case you do need them, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 28. Can you take a look at that item and let me know if you know what it is?
I believe that this belongs to the casing.
Okay. Does that have a number on it consistent with the recovered item number?
I'd have to look at my report, but it says ALJ5 on it.
Showing you again what's marked for identification only as State's Exhibit number 30. Would this assist you in identifying what that item is?
Yes. ALJ5 is a casing S&B 9x19/21.
Was that the casing that was recovered from the floor in the first floor apartment next to the sofa?
Yes, it was.
The one behind the unicorn chair?
Yes.
Okay. If I could ask you to go ahead and take a look, open that envelope up for us.
The casing.
In taking a look at that item, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as it was in when you recovered it?
Yes.
Mayor, at this time, State requests that the ID be struck and State's Exhibit 28 be admitted.
The ID may be stricken with respect to Exhibit 28, and should be considered a full exhibit.
You put it back in there.
I'm going to ask you to publish it in just a bit, but I figure we'll go with both items if that's okay. I'm going to go ahead next and show you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 29 for this case. And looking at that item, do you recognize what it is?
Yes, this should be the projectile.
Okay. Does that match in terms of the documentation on the envelope, your signature on the seal, and the assigned evidence number?
Yes.
I'd ask you to go ahead and open that up. Can you even see the item that's inside of that container?
Yes, I can.
Okay. In looking at it, what is it?
That's the projectile recovered from the drawer.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as it was in when it was recovered by you?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would request to strike the ID from State's Exhibit 29 and have the item admitted as full. No.
The ID may be stricken with respect to Exhibit 29, and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
And with the court's permission, I would ask Trooper Johnson to step down and allow the jury to observe the items.
Certainly.
I'll just check it. Trooper Johnson, you may have to walk up and down since they're such small items, if you could just walk up and down, allowing the jurors to see those items. Thank you.
This is ALJ5, which is the casing that was recovered. There's books in the back where we're able to see.
I apologize. Absolutely. If you can show them the next item, see it's 29.
This is ALJ8, which is the projectile that was recovered in the drawer. We typically put them in these containers with gauze just to protect. Does anyone from the back row want to closer?
One request if we take out this list and put that back in here. I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Kinney? Attorney Kinney? Attorney Kinney?
Oh, sorry.
Approach.
Yes.
All right, we are in the middle of direct testimony. Well, now we're having cross of Trooper Detective Amanda Johnson. So right before we took lunch, I posted a poll. Initially, what do you think? 208 votes. 92% of you thought 100% guilty. 8% thought 100% not guilty.
Incident that occurred in February 2024, you were not there for the incident itself, correct?
No.
So you did not see what happened, correct? You didn't see what Caitlyn was doing, right?
Correct.
You didn't see what a child was doing, right?
Correct.
You didn't see what the defendant Dustin was doing.
Correct.
You didn't hear what Caitlyn said, right?
Correct.
You didn't hear what Dustin said, correct?
Yes.
You don't have any idea what actually happened that night?
Correct.
No more questions, thank you.
Any redirect?
No questions.
Okay. Can Trooper Johnson be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And again, please.
So I'm not a fan of that line of questioning, that cross, because that's what Lori Daybell did, basically. You weren't there. You didn't see Caitlyn, how she acted. You didn't see Caitlyn say this. You didn't see the children do that. That's what Lori Daybell was doing for Charles. You know, she was like, you didn't see Charles come in. You didn't see my brother do this. You didn't see how he was acting. I'm not a fan of that. That's just me. Just not a fan of that. So, yes, I know, P. Cooper. I know. I knew you guys were going to get on me for that. I just wanted to hear what you guys thought after openings. Just wanted to hear what you guys thought. Of course, we're supposed to listen to all the evidence and hear his side of the story, but I just wanted, just based on the opening statements and his dad, I just kind of wanted to see where you guys landed. So I was just doing a little temperature check. Sticking my toe in the water of chat. Hoping it wouldn't get bit. All right, so Trooper Detective, in the back.
Okay, members of the jury, we're going to conclude there for the day. I know that some days we may go all the way till 4 o'clock, but we are going to conclude there for today. I just conferred with counsel. We'll be ready to start at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. As I've said all along, please do not discuss any aspect of the case or the evidence with your fellow jurors, including if you see any jurors discussing the case, I would ask that you please report that to a court security officer or bailiff. I want to state that I recognize that some of the photos may be difficult to look at. I encourage you, regardless of that, again, do not discuss any aspect of the evidence or any part of the case with any of the fellow jurors during any of the breaks or even during the process of the trial itself. Again, as I've said, there is some media coverage with respect to this matter. I instruct you to not only avoid such media coverage, but to try to do everything you can to avoid even inadvertent exposure to that. And again, please conduct no research whatsoever yourself about any matter that you hear about in this case or any of the witnesses or any of the evidence. Please conduct no research whatsoever. And again, I'm sure you will follow my instructions to make sure that this is a fair and a trial that consists with the law on such matters. Okay, so we'll start at 9 o'clock. That's it for the day. Thank you very much. By the way, that wasn't an air exchange. I do think that was some much needed rain that we heard on the rooftop. So anyway, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your service. We'll reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow. All rise for the jury.
All rise.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. And council, about a 10-minute break, and we can reconvene to discuss some matters. Is that okay? Okay, all right. Court will be in recess.
All right, so they're ending here for the day, but fear not. We're going to pick up on Chazzy Boy, Chandler Halderson. We're going to do day 3. Once we're wrapping up here, we're going to go over to do day 3. So we're going to do Chaz Halderson. We're going to pick back up on Chazzy Boy. So all right, so recap. You guys just coming in, recap. Let's see here. So we've got 38-year-old Dustin. All right, not much going on there. All right, 38-year-old Dustin, ex-Marine, is claiming that his girlfriend and the mother of their 2 children wanted to take those said children away from him. So they were all in Minnesota. He travels to New Hampshire, I think to be part of that free state. It's the Libertarian. We watched a video on it yesterday. And I think he traveled there for that, to live there. And so they were broken up. They were never married. They were broken up. So he takes the oldest daughter, who's 4, Elwyn, and Valen is the younger daughter. She's only 1, and Elwyn is 4 years old. So Dustin takes the 4-year-old to New Hampshire, and Caitlyn apparently willingly said, sure, take Elwyn and go to New Hampshire, and we'll be there in a little bit. So she does travel. So he's there in January. So in February 27th, Caitlyn comes with Valen, flies into Boston. Aunt Brenda picks her up, takes her into New Hampshire, and they have a dinner or lunch or whatever. And then at a place called Haley Jack's Burgers and Brew. Seems like a pretty cool place. So they say not much talking is going on. So then they go back to his place, his apartment in Berlin, and apparently they're arguing. Caitlyn and he are arguing. He's saying that, and this is all through opening statements, so we haven't heard his side of the story yet. But he's saying, or at least opening statements are saying, defense are saying that they're arguing. She's got Elwyn in her arms. She's not letting go. He's trying to, hey, you got to, you're supposed to leave. I'll drive you. Let's go. So he's trying to grab Elwyn out of her arms. She's bear hugging Elwyn. She's saying no, no, no. He is a trained marksman. He's coached and trained Marines. He being in the Marine, he was the highest out of in his boot camp as a shooter, as a marksman, I guess, rifleman. So he's got a loaded 9mm Beretta, who he got from his father, who was a deputy sheriff. When his father retired, he gave him his service weapon. So he's got it on a desk. Why it's not hidden, locked away, whatever, it's on the desk. He says he grabs Elwyn, pulls her aside, and shoots Caitlyn in the head once. He says that that's his training, that's what he was trained to do. He's feeling it was like a combat situation, I guess. That's what we're going to hear. So we still have to hear from him, obviously, but so far we've heard from the emergency response team leader, Detective Sergeant Eric Benjamin. They went in and they found Caitlyn. We heard from his father, Mark Duren. He's the one that gave him the firearm, and once he retired, he gave. When Dad retired, he gave the firearm to Dustin. And we heard from Trooper Amanda Johnson. She brought in a bunch of evidence that unfortunately we were not able to see, but apparently Caitlyn was sitting on the couch. She had her right leg up on the coffee table, a pink blanket wrapped around her body. She didn't have shoes on, right? She had a black sweater, purple shirt, and a scarf around her neck. So to me, doesn't sound like she was, doesn't sound like she was ready to go. Sounds like she was just kind of hanging out. Doesn't sound like she wanted to leave. She didn't want to go. And Dustin didn't like that. Sounds like he got angry. Child is screaming. The 1-year-old is in the car seat, ready to go. I think they said she was in the hallway. Elwyn is 4 years old. She's screaming. She's stressing him out. The whole situation is they're probably yelling at each other. Child's screaming. He's just like, ah. So he just grabs his gun and shoots her. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not saying he's claiming PTSD. He's claiming self-defense. He's saying, and I guess that's a thing in New Hampshire. If you feel an adult is going to take your child, I guess even a parent. I mean, if any adult, a stranger is going to take your child, yeah, then you have the right to defend yourself and the child, or really the child. But if a parent, I think they're saying if a parent is taking that child, then you have a right to defend that child, which means you can shoot, you can take out that person. So I think that's where he's landing. He's going to say, or he is saying, that Caitlyn, that Caitlyn was a threat to Elwyn. She was going to kidnap her. She was going to take her away. He said that in opening statements, he said that she was threatening him, meaning Caitlyn was threatening him, was going to tell the police, you're kidnapping my child. I want $2,000 for child support, $2,000 a month for child support. So those are all his arguments. And so far we've heard some pretty good testimony from Dad. And then Trooper Johnson, I thought was pretty good. The emergency response team leader, he wasn't. I mean, they found Caitlyn, but I don't know. His testimony wasn't. I don't think there was really much in there that I got from his testimony. Yeah, they basically. Yeah, his testimony was good, but it wasn't as impactful for me as Dad's giving the firearm to Dustin. Calling the police. Dad called the police. Let's not forget that. And then Trooper Detective Amanda Johnson, she identified that Caitlyn was sitting on the couch, right leg up on a coffee table, pink blanket wrapped around her body, probably was hugging, Elwyn, hugging her. Didn't have shoes on, so it's not like she didn't want to go. It sounds like she wasn't going to go. So sounds like Dustin just got upset. Sounds like he just got upset. He got angry. Probably kids yelling, screaming. Yeah, he's yelling and screaming. She's yelling and screaming, and he lost it. Sounds like he just lost it. So, what do you guys think? Let's see. Oh, widespread, does that help you? And whoever else came in, does that help you guys? Did that help? If you had any questions, I hope that helped clear things up. Sharon, he was trying to leave. He was. He was trying to take them back to. He was trying to take her back to Boston so that she could fly out. So yeah, he was trying to get her to leave. Amanda, whose home was it? It was his. It was his apartment. He lived in an apartment. He went there in January, I think. Got an apartment, and they were supposed to co-parent. She was supposed to come over like during the summer, I think, to do seasonal work. I'm not quite sure what she did, but it was his apartment, and they were going to do like co-parenting. They were setting. There was nothing official that we've heard yet. Nothing official on paper where she would get the kids every other weekend. He would get the kids on birth, all that stuff. That hasn't come in yet. That has not come in yet. So, I bet he never read his state stand your ground and self-defense laws. Oh yeah, Richard, this would be a good time to read your you sent that to me. Hold on, this would be a good time. Okay. All right, this is from Richard in the kitchen. I was sitting in my living room watching college football. All of a sudden, someone started banging loudly on my door and cursing. I went to the door and looked through the peephole. I saw 2 Hispanic males banging on my door in an apparent angry manner. I could clearly see the doorknob turning. Both my regular lock and deadbolt lock were engaged. I grabbed my firearm and went to the kitchen where I could see the persons at my door through the window, all the while calling 911, who I informed was what was transpiring. The 911 dispatcher told me the police were on their way. From inside my kitchen, I could clearly see the angry behavior of the persons outside my door. They finally gave up and walked down the stairs after about 5 minutes, where I could clearly relate to the 911 operator of their descriptions. I also gave a vehicle description as they drove out of the parking lot fronting my residence building. I quickly ran to my back balcony and could see the vehicle traveling back into the same complex but between different buildings. Within minutes, the police began arriving and I pointed in the direction of their travel. 20 minutes later, an officer made contact with me and related that they had located the suspects, and upon interviewing them, determined the suspects had gone to the wrong apartment to settle their beef. One of them was arrested due to being a juvenile under the influence of alcohol. Turns out these persons were also residents of the complex and were subsequently evicted. In order to be afforded a self-defense and stand-your-ground defense, we have to know the law. Force, including deadly force, can only be afforded under very specific circumstances. Only one or a few of those enumerated requirements is not enough. All of them have to be satisfied. All options to avoid that kind of result have to be exhausted before resorting to the use of force and deadly force. For instance, if you slap me in the face, I am not justified in using deadly force. Force of any kind has to be proportionate to the threat against you. Exceed that force and you will be held accountable. In my situation, under these circumstances, I would have been arrested and charged had I opened the door and had to defend myself with force or deadly force. Had I, knowing that someone was banging on my door and cursing at me, I would have been questioned as to why I would open the door in the first place. Let's say I had opened the door and those persons attacked me and I resorted to equal force or even deadly force should they have had a knife or gun, and I had to defend myself and unalive one or both of them. In that circumstance, I would not have been afforded the defense of self-defense or stand my ground because I had options to avoid it. Given the circumstances of me knowing that 2 outraged persons were outside my locked door where I was safe, I would have been questioned as to why I would ever open that door rather than just call 911, knowing what I knew. My actions of opening that door under those circumstances would be considered unreasonable and my force unjustified. We have to exhaust all available options to avoid a forced confrontation. Hope this helps everyone better understand what is required in self-defense and stand your ground. We have to be smart. So that was a story that Richard sent to us. So thank you for that, Richard. Are you coming back?
Okay. Back on the record, 214-2024 CR 28. Just a few housekeeping matters. States filed a motion to reconsider. Can I expect an objection from defense?
Judge, we're prepared to argue it now. It doesn't state any issues of fact or law that the court overlooked. It simply reiterates and reinterprets the transcript differently from how the court interprets it. But I don't think that's a basis for the court to reconsider its decision. I think that the case originally cited by the state, Commonwealth versus Castano, talks about that evidence can be admissible if there can be inferences made that the evidence was somehow known to the defendant in some capacity. And in Castano, the inferences include the defendant being aware of the victim's desire to end the relationship because she obtained a roommate release form from her landlord, so completely separate from the defendant, and because there was a suitcase on the floor. And here, as the courts noted, there's numerous references to Mr. Duren asking, what is the plan? What is the plan? What's going on? To Ms. Naffziger telling him some portion of the plan. I'm going to take the kids, take them back to Minnesota without your permission.
And so I think that there's far more than enough evidence for the court to find that it's admissible for that purpose, and the court has made that finding. The state has not said anything new. It simply interprets the evidence differently, and a different interpretation of the evidence is not grounds to reconsider. I think, as the court referenced earlier during the objection during opening, the other purpose for which this is admissible is 8033 as Ms. Naffziger's plan. And what is relevant is what both people in that apartment were doing, saying, how they were behaving. That is relevant to whether or not Mr. Duren reasonably believed that one of the circumstances outlined in the Defense of Others statute was present. And so under both of those bases, the evidence is admissible. The court's ruling should stand. I'll also note that I think it would be very unfairly prejudicial to the defense were the court to reconsider its motion now, or its order now, after we've already delivered an opening in reliance on the court's ruling. The state had the opportunity to ask to speak to the court before the jury was called this morning, and it did not do that. So I think all proofs favorable require that the evidence be admissible. It's admissible under two separate theories. The state has not produced any areas of fact or law that the court has misapprehended. It's simply interpreting evidence differently, and ultimately it'll be up to the jury to decide how to interpret the evidence. So the court should deny the state's motion to reconsider.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, we're asking the court, obviously, to reconsider the court's ruling. We do believe that the court respectfully has misapprehended an issue of fact in the sense that it has misinterpreted the relevant portions of the transcript. The court referenced in its order pages 50 to 57, and what the state attempted to do in its pleading was to go through those pages as closely as possible. And I submit that if the court does that again, the court will see that although there are several references to a plan or planning or questions along the lines of what's the plan, all of those in context very clearly refer to the defendant questioning Ms. Naffziger about when she was going to leave. What's the plan? When are you leaving? When is Brenda going to pick you up? This is not what we planned for. Those are the types of statements that he is making, and that is the context of any references to a plan. It is certainly true that, according to the defendant and statements that he made, he told police he learned from Caitlyn that night that she said something along the lines of, "I'm going to call the police and have the kids taken away from you." We are not disputing that, but that is a completely separate plan, so to speak, than the plan involving the two witnesses that are the subject of this motion. If we look at the plan involving those two witnesses, I believe it's uncontested that Ms. Plumondon will testify that that plan was a secret. The entire object of that plan was to conceal it from the defendant, because if they didn't, it wouldn't work. The plan was to assist Ms. Naffziger in stealing away with the children sometime in the early morning hours while the defendant was asleep. There is no reason that anyone involved in that plan, if they wanted it to succeed, would tell the defendant about that plan. Certainly not Ms. Plumondon or Ms. Naffziger. Ms. Plumondon's testimony, I think we all agree, will establish she never spoke with the defendant. And as we heard in the opening statement today from defense, I don't believe they're contesting that either, because according to the opening, by the time the defendant got outside and saw Caitlyn there with her bags, Ms. Plumondon was already gone. So there's literally no opportunity for them to speak. In the defendant's statement, he said he didn't have Brenda's number. He wanted to call her to facilitate Caitlyn leaving, but he could not because he didn't have her contact information. So I think we can all agree there was no means of communication. The evidence will show that there was no communication between Ms. Plumondon or Ms. Spurgeon and the defendant. So the plan did not get communicated to him that way. It seems that the theory that the defense is operating under is that to make this defense relevant, the defendant had some inkling. He knew that there was a plan. They're going to claim that he said, or he thought, well, I don't know the specifics, but something is up. And that is not relevant for a justification defense. The defendant, if he is going to successfully pursue that and successfully argue it, at least to the level of obtaining a jury instruction by the sum modicum standard, has to present some evidence that he reasonably believed that a kidnapping was taking place or about to take place, that Ms. Naffziger was conducting a kidnapping or about to. The knowledge that there is a kidnapping implied is inherent there, and it's necessary. If the defendant merely thought, she's up to something, I don't know what it is, that is not enough.
But he's just not thinking that. He's saying that.
He is saying, what's the plan? When are you leaving? When is Brenda coming to get you? I don't believe there's any indication in the transcript or anywhere else that he's saying, are you doing something? What's your plan with Brenda? I think that is a completely different context that's just not present there. So that kidnapping has to be there. He has to know specifically that there is a plan to kidnap these people. And all the references to some suspicion or some plan, there is no reference to Miss Plumondon, and that kind of gets to the crux of it. The plan involves her. She's a key part of the plan. She's going to come up to Berlin and aid Ms. Naffziger. She is the only lifeline and the only transportation. He doesn't mention her at all. And in fact, in his statement, he says, I was trying to call her. I wanted to call her, but I couldn't. And I think had Ms. Naffziger told him about this plan, or if he had learned of it from her in that way, why would he call that person? There makes no sense that he would do that. So I think, you know, the crux of our motion is that a reading of that transcript and all the evidence and taking into account everything that we know and we expect to be evidence here in the trial will establish that the defendant did not know about that plan, and therefore it cannot be relevant for his state of mind. I know counsel is arguing that it is relevant for Ms. Naffziger's state of mind. We've covered that, so I won't belabor the point, but when we were talking about a justification defense, we were talking about what the defendant knew and what was in his head, and does it explain or justify what he did. If he didn't know about the plan, then logically, that he cannot have acted because of the plan. He cannot have killed Caitlyn because he thought she was going to kidnap his children as part of a plan with Miss Plumondon. He may have certainly done so, and I think the evidence would support an inference or a conclusion that Mr. Duren killed Miss Naffziger because she thought she was going to take his children away because that's what she told him. But that was by calling the police and taking a very different route. That is overt. That is, through some sort of legal process where she's saying, I'm going to call the police, have you arrested, say something that will result in children being taken away. That is a completely different track. That does not put into his head anything about Miss Plumondon, or certainly anything that would should enable him to now argue, oh, I killed her because I thought she was going to kidnap my kids, specifically through this plan with taking kids away early in the morning. There has to be some indicator that he did that, and we just think it's not there, and that's why we filed the motion, Your Honor. So we respectfully submit that a reading of that transcript, while it certainly contains references to plans and planning, contains no references to the plan at issue here, and that's the one that matters.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Anything further?
Just briefly a quote from the case cited by the state in its motion. Quote, there need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of the victim's state of mind so long as the jury reasonably could have inferred that he or she did learn from it. The jury's not required to make this inference, but the fact that they permissibly could have means that it's permissible to admit the statements. The court should not disturb its ruling. There are clearly reasonable minds can interpret this transcript in multiple different ways, and that in and of itself is enough to allow it to go to the jury. So the jury, as the finders of fact, can interpret it how they will. I think other than that, we've covered it in our objection, our prior hearings on this issue.
Okay. I want to make sure to give counsel the opportunity to make any additional arguments with respect to the motion to reconsider. So I will. I also understand the practical objections raised by defendant counsel relative to considering the motion at this point in the proceeding. I will give you a specific ruling on the motion to reconsider tomorrow if you're ready with that objection. You're satisfied with the objection, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, and you're satisfied with the argument on that motion?
Yes. Thank
okay. You. No, I'll return to issue the order. I'm going to read that pages 50 to 57 of the transcript. I'll read it for the 101st time tonight. I'll reread it again for the 101st time, and I will issue an order that's likely going to be consistent with my prior order. Just to be clear, but I'll put a little bit more on the record for purposes of any issues that need to be covered. Anything further on that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, next, do we have an agenda for tomorrow? If we need to approach, we can do that, but the jury was attentive today. I know we've asked them to set aside a couple weeks out of their lives and out of their work, and I'm certainly okay with the fact that we ended early today, but I want to make sure that we're filling the day as much as possible because we're asking them to set aside time out of their life, so I just want to make sure we have a nice full day tomorrow, if that's possible.
So, Your Honor, we do anticipate that we will have a full day tomorrow. That will lead us potentially to an issue depending on how quickly we move. The medical examiner in this case is not available until the 23rd, which is Thursday at 9 o'clock in the morning. He is, I'm not sure if he's at a training or, I don't know, he's out of state. He's returning at 5 o'clock, I believe on the 22nd. He has agreed to be immediately getting back into his car and driving up here to be available for the 23rd at 9 a.m., which is also immediately prior to testimony he has to do via WebEx for another case. So no matter where we are in terms of tomorrow, the state will be running into, we anticipate, a scheduling issue, so we wanted to flag that for the court's attention.
Certainly, and that's, thank you, number one, thank you. Number two, as I said, I have no issue with the fact that we ended early today, but I want to make sure we have a nice full day tomorrow so that the jury understands that why we're asking them to take this much time out of their life. So it sounds like we've got a full day tomorrow?
We believe so, yeah.
Roughly, okay.
Oh, Eric, let me approach. Stay back here.
All right, so they were talking about this. The state filed a motion to reconsider. The defense was asking them for the court to reconsider that. I think it had to do with the plan. So this whole thing about Caitlyn getting together with Aunt Brenda and planning that they were planning to take the kids away and all this stuff. There was no decision made. So, and then we have the ME's not going to be available until the 23rd. He's getting back. She said 5 o'clock on the 22nd. So it's a Thursday. Yeah, that would be Thursday. We'll hear from the ME. They're saying the state may run into scheduling issues, but they're going to try and sort it out. So, yes, all 6 clues have been dropped. I will say 3 of them. Before I end this stream, I will say 3 of them, and then you guys will have to find the other 3. So what you can do is you can go back and you can, because live chat replay is enabled, so what you can go and you can scroll back and you can read through chat to find the clues there, or you can search through our social media accounts to try and find the other 3 clues. So I'm going to say 3 of them at the conclusion of this day, and then Aaron's going to post the other 3 across our social media, and also our community page. And then also, if you want to find all of them, you can go back and look at chat replay if you missed any. So yes, all 6. So each day, one suspect is going to drop a clue. Now, I'm pretty sure that one was not dropped, and that was Vincent Funari. So we will go ahead and we will take care of that. We'll take care of Vincent Funari. So we'll take care of that. All right, so I'm going to step in and I'm going to play Vincent Funari for now. And Joe slacking. Oops. Shoot. All right. So there you go. Clue 1 from Vincent Finari. When the judge was found, I saw the photo. One straight cut across her throat. Clean, deliberate. Someone knew where to aim. So that's clue 1 from Vincent Finari. So now we have officially dropped all 6 clues for day 1. Day 1, all 6 clues are in our chat. All right. So all 6 clues. And there should have been a pumpkin. Here, let me do it again. Let me do it again. Hold on. All right, Vincent Finari. Let's make it official so that you guys can find it. Vincent Finari. There. Okay, now it's official. Now it's official. All right. So there, Vincent Finari, clue number 1.
Okay, so Attorney Durand, I will look at those 2 motions relative to the items that you inquired about. I'll get rulings to you on those quickly, and to the defense, obviously. And Attorney Kettles, with respect to the motion you filed about the status of Mr. Duren, is that being worked on?
As far as we know, Your Honor, it should be settled, but we'll report back tomorrow morning if it's not.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, so look forward to a full day tomorrow. Anything further, counsel, from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Attorney Kettles or Kenny?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Matter concluded. See you tomorrow.
All right, so that's, seems like that's it. They're talking at all right, seems like that's it. They're done for the day. All right, you guys, that's day 1. Day 1 is in the books. Day 1 is in the books, and we will start day 2 tomorrow. Sounds like they're going from like 9 to 4. I think I heard him say they're going to go until 4. I think he said they were going to start at 9, but so that's it. So I will recap 3 clues. 3 clues. I'm sorry, 6 clues were dropped today. I'm going to recap 3 of them. So now that we're officially done with that, now we can turn our focus over to our Halloween game. We dropped 6 clues today, so if you're interested in finding them all, you can go back and you can look at live chat replay and scroll through, and you'll see the clues. We have a pumpkin, clue number 1, and then the clue. So we have that. Then also, I'm going to tell you 3 of them. I'm going to tell you 3 of them, and then Aaron's going to tell you 3 more. It's going to be like a Easter egg hunt, treasure hunt. You got to find them. They're going to be across our social media. We'll have them in the community page, Facebook, X, and Blue Sky. So I'm going to tell you 3 of them. So listen up, chat. All right, Donna Adelson. Clue number 1 from Donna Adelson. Washing money only works with fresh water. Washing money only works with fresh water. All right. I'll even put it here. I'll make it easy for you guys because we're all about making it easy. This is Donna Adelson. Clue number. Oh, I have to get, hold on. I have to get the, all right, hold on. Let me get my little, okay. All right, here's my little, all right, Donna Adelson, clue number 1, washing money only works, all right, that's clue number 1 for Donna Adelson. All right, clue number 1 for Kevin Smith, clue number 1 for Kevin Smith. Judges hold grudges longer than juries do. So that's Kevin Smith. Clue number 1. Judges hold grudges longer than juries do. All right, that's clue number 1 from Kevin Smith. And then Lori Daybell. And I don't know if we're going to do this every night. We're sorting it out. But this seems to be what we're going to do right now. We'll see if this works or not. All right. Lori Daybell. Lori Daybell. Lori Daybell's clue number 1. All right, this is Lori Daybell's clue number 1. Canoni was always very dark. I hope she finally came to the light and wasn't killed for being a zombie. All right, so there you go. So those are the clues. Those are 3 of the 6. So that's as easy as we're going to make it here. Now you guys have to go do some searching on your own. So you got to search and find out the others. If you don't have all 6 of them, you can scroll back and scroll back through chat and find them, or you can go on our social media. Aaron will be posting those before the end of the day, so you can find them there. Also, which includes our community page as well. If you're not on Twitter or X or Facebook or Blue Sky. So there you have it, guys. Now, what I'd like to do is say, don't discuss among yourselves because I don't want to take the focus away from the trials. So you're like a jury. You can't deliberate until the game starts, which is Halloween. Well, actually, the game has started, but Halloween, we're going to have everybody on the stand. So please keep your thoughts to yourself for now. Don't discuss them with other chatters because I don't want to, for some people may not want to play the game, so I don't want to, just make a distraction for them because I know how I would feel if I'm like, I'm not playing the game, don't take the focus off of the trial. So let's just take the clues, jot them down in your notebook, take screenshots, do whatever it is you need to do, and then just keep it to yourself and don't distract others who may not want to be playing. And then on Halloween night, it's cats are going to be released. You guys can talk about it to your heart's content, and we'll have everybody on the stand. So, all right, you guys. With that being said, we've got Chaz. We got a redirect for Chaz. Let's go. Let's watch Chandler. We got old Chazzy boy there. Day 3 of Chazzy Chandler. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you to our mods for playing along. Thank you to Aaron for creating such great graphics and the video. Guys, scroll back through if you want to find the other 3 clues and or go to our social media accounts. We will see you either at Chaz Halderson, day 3, or we'll see you tomorrow at probably, I guess, 8:30. We'll probably start again at 8:30. So with that, have a great one and hope to see you over at day 3 of Chandler Halderson. Have a good one. Bye.